Hello, hello. Oh, that's not the right, there we go. That's what we want to see. Now the question is, did I break my recording? Probably not. I think this is probably fine. Okay. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy Labor Day to everyone in Europe. Yes, Starfighter in the US, it's on a different day. For historical reasons that mostly involve it intentionally being moved away from a day that was actually associated with the labor movement. Our Labor Day is in September. 1 second. Let me drop my I'm streaming today notification in the Pyanodon Discord. All right. And I think I'm actually ready to go now. So, let's look at the to-do list. Oops. Nope, that's me. Wait, I did update this. I updated this morning. Did I not hit save? Did I hit cancel instead of save? Oops. Let me fix that. Thank you for the heads up. Well, the go live notification is useless because that's already gone out the wrong one. Oh well. Yep. There we go. All right, stream info should be right now. That was exciting. I need to dig through the Twitch API and make myself a little tool so I can more easily have the right stream info set when I care about it. Anyway, last time we were working on more metals on rails, and specifically, we had gotten this, copper processing going, which is off of radar. I need to drop a radar and fix that. This was working as far as it could go, but it still needs a couple of inputs to be fully functional. Oxygen is one. This is an oxygen requester station here. And think that should be enough to get molten metals, and then to actually get the copper, the plates, we need a couple more things on rails still. Mostly, what are they called? Sand casting. So getting sand castings on rails is kind of low priority right now. I don't really need plates from any of my rail stuff yet. Ooh. This is a problem. This train is waiting for, presumably, yeah, lead. What's the limit on this right now? 2. Okay, so it'll only ever have 1 waiting here. But I do need to make this work better, so that we can enqueue, and same with the drop-off for lead here. If something queues up. There's not a lot I can do about it right now their limit is at 2. The other stations are, I think, at 3 for tin and copper. Yeah. Because copper will just queue up on these, or sorry, tin will just queue up coming into, the whole area. Like, it can queue up along the interchange. And copper, I specifically designed copper so that it has queuing space. So this is what I need to do for all of my future smelting columns, by the way. But that's a little bit in the future. Yeah. And before we have the same situation, but with large feeders. I'm not sure what you mean by that. What am I thinking about? I just completely lost my train of thought. So today, to get copper finished here, we actually need oxygen on rails to finish copper. Aluminum is going to need... I'm not really sure. I haven't even looked at the aluminum processing steps yet that I've unlocked from, like, aluminium 2. But I'm going to need a bunch of stuff. Lime, phosphoric acid, which I don't think I'm making yet, and some other stuff. So we'll need to definitely get that sorted. But in the meantime, I did fix my aluminum shortage. Oh, the 2 train. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be too small, right? Like, if our throughput is, like, 1 belt coming out of each station, and eventually we'll have better trains, right? Like, the advanced locomotive, whatever that does. High-tech locomotive. I assume these have better speed and stuff. Not just... Yeah, max speed 367. The problem is the recipe is all the way off. Can I see it in the factorial? Yeah. 324. Yeah. Yeah, 260, 281, 324, 367. So, as we get faster trains, that'll improve the throughput, and we'll also have bulk inserters and other ways to get stuff on and off trains faster. So hopefully just having 2 or 3 trains, like, in the stacker will be enough approximately forever. We will find out, though. First things first, before I forget, I'm going to go drop off this radar wherever it needs to be over here, so I can see all of this copper processing station. And then, after that, the to-do list says to finish copper, but I actually want to start a couple of things related to Arqads. We can't do the full Arqad bootstrapping with Queens until we get some more stuff, but we can do... a lot of the initial things with the creature chamber and getting empty comb going from tailings. And that'll give us some stockpiled stuff to be prepared for them as we... What am I missing? Oh, I never brought these over. Yeah, that's... Yeah, not necessary. Yet. You know, I also obviously will need to figure out gravel, because right now only stone is going to concrete, so I might need to rejigger the concrete as a stone/gravel sink and not just a stone sink, but that's also a future problem. Anyway, Arqad stuff. One of the things we're going to want is empty comb here, which is going to take... So coal dust and tailings dust are both coming from my tailings processing. Right now, we can request these easily. The things that aren't on rails right now that we're going to need is creosote, sand, and ash. Creosote, I think I can just push onto rails from my existing processing. Add another station up here in this mess of, you know, random... in this mess of random stations, and get creosote loaded in from the main base, because I always have lots of creosote. And somewhere I've already got an overflow valve for creosote that, like, turns it into something else. Yeah, here we go. Creosote overflows into this aromatics. So we can pull off of creosote pretty easily. This pipe goes everywhere. Apparently I'm even pumping it in this direction already. Where does this go? What is it for? Down here? To where I'm making sand castings for this thing. Okay, so yeah, I already have creosote over here. It's right here. This will be super easy to set up as a station then. And then the other things that we're going to need for this are ash and sand. Ash, again, I'll probably just have to put on a station. We have ash coming in a few places around the base. Down to here. Yeah. These two belts, which then go feed a few different things. I think this last output here can be fed into, instead of being recycled back in, I think I can feed this off into a station and feed ash onto rails. It won't be super high demand initially, and that is fine. Although I'm also curious about fiber. Huh. Thought I did the math on this and it was fine. Why is this stopped? We're locked up on CO2. We're locked up on ash. No, we have no saplings. How did that happen? We have no saplings because we didn't buffer enough seeds? That should be impossible. Did I just never actually get this, like, properly bootstrapped? Is that part of the problem and it died? Anyway, let's make a bunch of wood. And let's go drop a bunch of wood into that seed assembler? Question mark? And let's see if we can get this system coming back online. Because what this should be doing is converting almost all of this biomass to ash. It'll prefer to do that. Whatever's left over will come in here. And this should be a top-up valve. Yeah. And I thought I did the math that this was fine. I'll have to double-check all my ratios. I'll pull YFC up in a minute. But I thought that I ratioed all this out, and it was fine. Let's head to YFC and double-check this. Ash to sown, distillate. Is this power? Yeah, okay. which I stole and reused for this setup here. Yeah, this shows that we should use all of the biomass from this setup. I'm running more botanical nurseries than I need, but that's okay. And then the logs should be fine. Biomass is fine. I am deeply concerned by this. I really am not sure what's wrong here. This shouldn't have been able to back up. Right, we only feed in... Oh, these are all backed up on... Okay. I don't have a way to get the tree seeds back out of these. Maybe that's the issue, is these just clogged up on tree seeds in their output. And then these will be the only ones that run. Look at that. I'm watching it fail in real time. And then because only the top one feeds seeds around, once we're in this state where this top one isn't making wood, that's it. It's dead. That's funny. And by funny, I mean awful. It's fixable, though. First of all, let's drop these seeds into here. Okay, so I need to handle getting spoiled seedlings out of these. That just should never happen, though. Because these should always be feeding the seedlings into here. Unless this was missing something else that it needed. Are we not making enough ash? Is that what's wrong with the ratios? 8 ash machines? 8 ash machines, that's what we're seeing. I want to watch this for a minute, and I want to try to understand what's going on. Because at present, I don't understand what's going on. Well, we're running. Oh, I wonder, because I've got 4 of these, and we only need like 2.5 in total. I just built it like this for symmetry. We're always going to make too many seedlings. We're always going to be making too many seedlings here. Okay. That is I think, the problem. So this recipe needs 3 seedlings. It takes 15 seconds. To make 1 seedling... Oh, this makes 3 seedlings in 20 seconds. Okay. So this is going to go from 6 down to 3, and then they're going to get loaded in. Up to maybe more. But the problem is that these take 20 seconds. So if there's less than 3 in here, this is going to be done before a craft of these ones is finished. Ooh, this is actually really difficult to balance at these particular ratios. Like, I understand what's happening, and I just don't like it. So yeah, each of these together makes 3 in 10 seconds, give or take. Yeah, 3 in 20 seconds. Same with the other one. 0.15 a second, yeah, 0.3 a second. And this consumes half as much. So it is exact... Is it really exactly 2.5? That's weird. This is showing that 2.5 of these, 0.4, 0.4 a second. Oh no, it's not. Never mind. It would be 0. So yeah, this is 2/3 of 1, 4/3 of 1. Two and a third, 2 and 2/3. Yeah, 2 and 2/3 of these. So I could go down to 3 and we would be making less extra, but the ratio would still be weird. So I could do, back to Yafsi land, if I wanted to rebalance this, and we'd have to make sure that all of our processing steps can still, like, put on a belt and things like that. But if we went up to 3 fastwood forestries, we'd need a little more high-pressure furnaces for the biomass and some other stuff like that. But the ratios are better. It's exactly 4 botanical nurseries to 3 fastwood forestries, and that shouldn't back up as readily. And I think if I wanted to do like a... Oh, God. Actually, let's leave a spot in the middle for... Yeah, or maybe do it on the back. Doesn't really matter. Alright, so 3 of these, and then 4 of these. 1 there. 1 there. I mean, just spread them out. Doesn't really matter. And then we do something like... Actually, I want these to be a little further over. Oh, no, I don't. We want 3 there. We want... No. 1, 2... 3, 1, 2. Wait, what's the ratio? We're making... I mean, honestly, we're only making 0.6 a second, so, like, the ratios of the inserters don't matter as much. But... I think it would be like 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3. There we go. Something like that. Kind of how you would typically do circuits in Base Pi. And then this should all work out with the ratios. Each of these makes 3, so they'll be kind of slotted in appropriately by each of their sets of inserters when they fire. This should be fine. This should stay balanced and shouldn't back up on other stuff. Sorry. Shouldn't back up the way this is currently backing up. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to change this down here to this, which means I do need 1 fastwood forestry. And to make that, I need some steel. So let's go grab a fastwood forestry and let's fix up that issue there. That also is probably an issue up here. I'm surprised we're not looking backed up here. I don't know. I don't trust it. But this is exactly the same issue with the ratios, and I need to do the same thing to try to fix it. Scaling up the build a little bit. Okay. What was I doing? I was getting steel. Steel. Okay. Fastwood forestry. Fortunately, I only need 1 more of these, and everything else down there is already pretty much right. Well, that's not true. We have to re-ratio some other buildings, don't we? We need a couple more wood processing units. How many are down here? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay, so we need 4 more wood processing units. Those need, logs, which I don't have on me right now. And iron plates. Oh, I had some in my trash slots. Oh, well. Where am I going? What am I looking for? I'm losing my mind. Iron plates. All right, 4 of those. Few more high-pressure furnaces, which I usually just... Ooh, we're making small parts again. A few more high-pressure furnaces, which I almost always have. Apparently I don't today. And I think everything else... Oh, maybe more soil extractors? How many soil extractors are down there? 4 soil extractors and... Oh, 2 more... So yeah, I need 2 more soil extractors and 2 more washers. Alright. So let's get this build sort of scaled up to this better ratio. How many logs are going out in total? 1.6. Okay. I think I'm going to have to redesign a bunch of this, so I'm going to blueprint it, and then we're gonna like repaste. Oh, and I probably need more moss farms too. I didn't think about that. 13, 9. Yeah, I need another 4. All right. So let's get this redesigned. All right. So starting from here, same as always, we're going to have a belt coming in with seeds and moss, which should just be one inserter, right? Yeah. Now, each of these 3, previously I had 1... I'm going to switch to a shared buffer instead of multiple... Oh, this doesn't have the tree modules in it, so my per second is wrong. 1.6 logs a second coming out of 3 thingies is 0.68. Oh, this says that's 2 gray inserters, but it'll be 1 yellow inserter. Let's not be cheap with our outserters. Let's just do it right. All right, so we're going to do something like this. And then we'll have to deal with routing the pipes. I'll think about that in a minute. And then a blue inserter out should be good enough. So now we can have everything on one circuit network, and all of these guys will watch all of these, which hopefully should reduce spoilage. We do need to still think about getting seeds out of this and how seeds are handled coming into this system, right? And I think that's going to be pretty much the same as it was in my actual wood processing. Because, like, there's still going to be tree seed spoilage. Stuff is going to go wrong. So, like, tree seeds go up here. Logs come out and get fed into 2 of the wood processing units. Which are actually each going to be, like, here. Here. I don't think they actually need to be, like, feeding separate sides of a belt like that. I just think it looks better. So this is log out, and actually, let's do this. We just need 1 machine making, yeah. So that makes seeds out to a box. Only as, you know what, I want to keep this belt straight. So let's do that there, and let's pull this one more over. So this will be seeds that make it into these guys, and then I'll need to also deal with the seeds that come off of these and also loop them around here, but that's fine. So these guys, I only need one. This guy, enable, disable. Tree seeds are less than 100 a stack. So if there are tree seeds available, we don't... Yeah. And then that loops around here. And I think we're not actually going to have this belt go this way. We'll have it go the other way, because we're looping around in this direction. I solved all this once with my original tree farm, and then I got lazy when I was setting up the new ones, and now they're broken. So I have to do it right again. Okay. So this guy gets fed wood to make tree seeds as necessary. That all comes through here. Each of these guys could have an output of tree seeds as well. Yeah, I'll just use long-handed inserters. There's better ways to do this, but I'm lazy. And then the tree seed output comes down here, through here, then up into here. So what this should do is any spoiled seeds will end up in here with plenty of space for, because this turns off at one stack, there's plenty of space for spoiled seeds to come in and be used as the priority over the ones coming through here. And we'll always have a little bit of a buffer of seeds as well, so the system can kind of restart itself if it needs to. These inserters here, these are not gonna all connect, I don't think. No. Oh, why did I route that one all the way up there? That's silly. And I know that I haven't fully thought about the output of this yet. I might, just to make room for the fluids, I might need to take this whole thing and pull it back, like here. And now we've got room for all the fluids to come through. Okay. That looks fine. And then what we need is like a... this to this to... Ah, wire can't connect. All right. Well... then each of these will be enabled if log is less than, what do these stack to? Stack to 100, I mean, sure. Okay, so that is more or less right. These will all turn off if if there's enough logs backed up. And then I think the rest of this is basically reproducing all of this, just slightly bigger. So making the raw fiber, we need 16 wood processing units. Coming off of this belt here. Each of these only needs one inserter, I think. All right, and then this, let me see what I did down here. So I think some of it is already... Okay, yeah, we split out the raw fiber, and that goes into the ball mill. And then that splits out fiber from biomass. Okay. So that is like there. Raw fiber. And then what's the output from the ball mills? Looks like I'm doing 2 outserters again. Same as the input. This is actually, this whole module is not going to change. It's technically 3.1 of these machines, but I am not going to mess with being that perfectly ratioed. Okay, so here's the actual raw fiber out. This is where we have biomass. We need to split biomass because some of it goes to what is now 12 of these instead of just 8. So we're going to put these, like, somewhere. Can I fit 4 more? Probably not. Nope. Okay. Oh, the other thing I need to figure out is getting ash input into each of these. So this will come down to like here, and then I can definitely fit 4 more down here. All right, so that's 12 of those. Biomass in. Splitter somewhere. Doesn't really matter where. I actually want to pull all of this over just by 1. Just because it doesn't actually matter, but it looks nicer when the inserters are pulling from a straight part of a belt instead of from a corner. That's literally all that I just did there. And then each of these is only going to pull how much ash per second? 2 ash a second. Okay, so it is actually, like, significant. All right, there we go. Ash. And then CO2 actually can come right through here, can't it? And that'll be 2.3 fiber a second. So I think that's a little more than one fast inserter can do. I'll just use 2 yellows, that's fine. That is also a high pressure furnace. We'll do this like over here, because it's going to need to hook up to where the... this all might still need to go a little bit further right for me to actually have space to route all these pipes. Or I just need to not do this one right where I did it. And I need to accept that. And then that goes there, that goes there. It's a little bit zigzaggy. It's not as nice as if it was actually perfectly centered. But it'll suffice. And then this thing, which is going to be doing CO2 from biomass. Yeah. Let's just put it, like... right there. Done. So that just leaves moss. Oh, all of this part. The moon drops that need to be available to top up this, there we go. There's a top-up valve on the moon drops. That's easy. So that's the rest of the CO2 that this part can't supply. And then I think it's just getting muddy sludge and, moss done. Oh, that's ash. Where are my seeds coming in, and how do I manage to hook this up cleanly? I don't know, but it needs to come in like here somewhere, and I'll just need to swap around some undergrounds for that. Ooh, nope. Don't like that. I think I want to do it more like that. And then I can put on 4 more of these guys at the top. Muddy sludge, we don't have an input for yet. CO2 we do, though. That's here. So that'll be CO2. And then muddy sludge, I'll probably do, I guess, up here. It doesn't really matter. Said I needed 6 soil extractors. Yeah, I'll start with 4. Well, it's what, 6 soil extractors into 5 washers. All right, so yeah, all of this is not quite a big enough build. but it's easy to expand. So I'll go ahead and grab it, and then I'll leave space to expand on both sides. Yeah, muddy sludge comes out there. I need room for a couple more washers and a couple more soil extractors. And how do I want to get the muddy sludge out of this setup? I think if I come through here... Yeah. That should work for muddy sludge. And then in theory, all I need to do is just, like, tear this down, let my bots rebuild up here, and we're good. You know, I might need to grab some moss modules or some tree modules or something. But other than that, we are... I think this is pretty much ready, other than needing to be powered on and... Oh, probably a little bit more plumbing. I don't think I hooked up water in. I did not hook up water in. But water in is always easy. Okay, I'm gonna go grab some pipes, some inserters, some power poles, and then, well, actually, let's just tear this all down, because we're going to get a bunch of the stuff we need from tearing this down, right? So let's just go all out here. And then we're going to want some biomass and some tree seeds and some stuff to bootstrap this whole system, so I'm going to try not to, like, throw stuff away in my trash slots if I can avoid it. Wasn't planning on rebuilding this today, but it was wrong, so... I think I am going to have to go up to base and grab some more tree modules. I do have those being produced, I think, permanently now. Just not in a... not in a useful way. Or not in a way that always goes in my inventory. They're not in my permanent logistics requests, obviously, because that would be weird. All right. And then... oh, yeah, let this stomp down all the bits and pieces here. I should have all of these buildings. Yeah. Drop biomass across all of those. Drop the tree seedlings across all of these. Drop all of the tree seeds into there. All of this needs power, of course. Now we can start finding the places where power grid is not quite connected through. Okay, so I need a few more tree modules. Missing power to a couple of places. Alright, let me go find the tree modules, but otherwise this should be mostly in the process of turning itself on, right? We have... These don't have muddy sludge. Did I mess up a connection? Fluid ingredient shortage. Oh, I did mess up a connection. There we go. Oh, and missed one power pole. Alright, let's go grab tree seedlings. I know I have them somewhere. I specifically set them up. Do I know where they are? Here they are. Yeah, I should have a bunch of trees. Yeah, so many tree modules. Then we can turn on that last tree building down there. And I can actually move on to the things that I wanted to move on to today. All right. That looks like it's not getting moss. Moss is growing. I just never hooked it in. And that is specifically... There we go. And now I need to specifically clean up this belt. All right. Well, that was the first hour of the stream. Literally just rebuilding something that was already built. But it's there and it works now. Why are these not... Oh, they don't have the recipe set. There we go. And then... Yeah, this should all be pretty much correct now. Alright, well, it's already been an hour, which means it's time for me to drink some water, stretch my legs. I'm going to let Twitch run a quick ad break, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Alright, welcome back everybody. I just realized that we're missing one piece of this build, and that is this thing. Let me see if I can find a spot for the outfall. I probably shouldn't have moved it. It needs like a 4x4 of water, or sorry, not 4x4, 3x3. Which isn't usually too hard to find, but never exactly where you want it. That'll do. And then I need to power it. None of that is what I wanted to do. Actually, just do this with big power poles. There we go. So that should let it actually run, spit out ash. Yes. This was blocked on ash because I messed up. No, these don't have water in. I messed up a lot. Alright, let's get the water input on these. Okay, there we go. And then the seed output to loop back around to the buffer when we need it is fine for spoilage. This should all be fine for what these can actually output. I think this is running now. We're seeing a little concerned about the demand or lack thereof for carbon dioxide. Oh, that's because we're missing some pipes. Although we had some time for the moss to back up, I think. So I think this will be okay. I'm just kind of waiting to see it actually turn on at, like, full capacity. And it more or less is. Right, I have 16 of these, 16 of those, 2 of those. Yeah. In theory, this should back up a little bit on raw fiber, because I need like 3.1. This is so loud. I need like 3.1 of these ball mills to turn the raw fiber into regular fiber. So we should see raw fiber eventually like back up and be the bottleneck in this process. I'm hopeful that that is okay and won't like break the whole thing. I think it'll be fine. I think we should be pulling in enough, right? We just, like... A couple of these won't quite run at full speed, which means that, like... The tree farms eventually won't quite run at full speed, but that's okay because the logs should only back up to here, right? It's only once logs back up into this thing that they should start to, that'll turn this off, and we won't ever actually back up into these. These will just get shut down. And that is, I think, what we want. Oh! And that could have been a real big problem. Glad I spotted that issue. Alright, I think this thing is going to be happier now. Hopefully it won't back up. I'm pretty sure I've fixed all my priority inversions. We prefer to send everything through here. I probably should put a lane balancer in here. Maybe? It shouldn't matter. I don't think it matters. Slightly larger scale as well now, which is fine, because this is supplying the ashless fuel for everything on rails, right? Like, this is it. So having this functioning as at a little bit of a higher throughput is just absolutely acceptable. I'm not sad about that at all. And the better ratio with everything here between the nurseries and the fastwood forestries should run more smoothly without ending up with spoiled whatever. Okay, so now on to what I actually was trying to do. I need to get creosote, sand, and ash on rails, and then I can set up a empty comb factory. Creosote and ash are easy-ish, so I think we're going to do those first. Those are just a couple more... couple more stations kind of up in my off the main base area where I've been putting all that stuff. So let us head up there. I don't need this out the whole time. Let's head up there and drop some things off. Drop some things off. Really, we're setting up a pickup station. That's the words I'm looking for. Boy, my brain is frazzled today. That all look like it matches? I think so. All right, this is plenty of space for me to add a bunch more rail stops for the system. Because this is apparently the corner just where I'm pulling stuff off the existing bus. Oop, I need more rails. Okay, that's fine. So let's find solid pickup. Yeah, like 3 of those. We're going to have multiple things coming off the base, so we may as well. And then same with fluid pickups. We're just going to drop like 3 of these here, here, here. And now I just need to route in the things that I need over to these stations. And of course, drop a loop on the end. So the things that we need to route at the moment are ash. Ash will come right off of here. I'm going to mark it the lowest priority is feeding ash to the rail base, because right now I think that is true. I think maintaining ash on the existing base is more important than feeding ash into the rail base at the moment. And then that'll come in like here. Let's see. That belt should be good. Yeah, ash is working its way across. And the other thing I need is one of these to be a creosote provider, and I already have creosote right here. So we can go ahead and hook this up very easily. And what else? Power poles, power poles. What am I getting up here? Rails. And inserters, and power poles, and who knows what else. We'll figure it out while I'm up here. Rails, power poles, blue inserters, blue inserters. There's a bunch of other stuff the bots want to bring me. I do need the pie tanks, that's for sure. I need some pipe, that's for sure. Park my butt here and let the bots bring me... Like I said, I do need some of these pie tanks to finish building the stations over there. Do I need 4 automated screeners still? Or did I get those in place? And that is now a waste. I got those in place, right? Was that for this build? Or was that for something else? I don't see any purple anywhere around builds I was touching yesterday, so I actually don't think I need this. Let the bots try to empty my trash slots. Ooh, is ash flickering again? That's unfortunate. Why is that the case? I thought I fixed that. Oh god. It is definitely flickering. But it seems like it's flickering because the green signal is constantly changing. I assume that has something to do with the bots dropping things off and picking them up, like as it leaves my inventory, to go into the trash. Not really sure. Alright, creosote ash, and then the last thing is sand. And sand, I am not too worried about being able to provide. I'm going to make some changes to my concrete station, and we're going to add some gravel and sand availability as sort of that overall, like, stone byproducts processing location. Still need some more signals. I should grab the iron plates for those. Otherwise, we're gonna have a bad time. See if I can find some plates on a belt somewhere that's closer to where I am than just going up to the mall, but I don't think so. No. Alright, stack of plates. Alright, these don't need to be in the middle there. Those look a little short. Okay. That should be good as far as having creosote. Just do 4-way stops. Ugh. Never. I'm trying to keep, like, reasonable throughput here. I'm missing a chain in there and a rail out there. Yeah, there we go. Apparently I managed to get some of these stops slightly offset from each other. I'm not going to worry about that, and I'm going to say it's fine. I don't feel like moving all this stuff around now that I got it built. Alright, so we have creosote available. We have ash available. The last thing we need is gravel. Sorry, sand to be available. So I think what I want to do here is I want to change a bunch of this concrete processing so that, like, this is an integrated gravel and stone management station that will do the right thing. And that can also output sand, because sand is otherwise not available in the system right now. So we're going to go down there and see if I can figure that out. Because that should be the last thing that I need available on rails to be able to start setting up a warehouse full of empty comb. And once that's running, we can start looking into the creature chamber shenanigans for... we can start setting up the creature chamber shenanigans for the Arqads. So, what are we going to want? We're going to want this requester to also request gravel. We're going to want this to filter out said gravel. This will come up here. Merge in. We could probably handle more... I don't know. We could probably prefer some sort of... What am I trying to say? Some sort of prioritization between stone that's being crushed and gravel that's not. I'm not being really sure. I think we do want to do this, though. We want to prefer to feed gravel down here and only crush it when we have to. No, other way around. We want to prefer to crush it. And we want to prefer to output it, because this is a source of sand to the rest of the base. And then this will come through here. Solid pickup. There we go. That's what I want. Plop. That all looks good. And then this will just be the sand. God, what did I just hit? There we go. I turned off my exoskeletons. Alt-E turns off exoskeletons. So that's a little bit of sand coming through now. Obviously, that's going to take a minute. Oh, am I really out of belt? Oh, I turned off my RoboPort, too. Oh, God. There we go. So... Okay, that should be able to provide sand now. It's not... Well, it is the highest priority on this system, so any gravel or stone that comes through should... Not 70,000 stacks. Oh, God. 70 stacks. So yeah, this will still make concrete, but it will prefer to spit out sand and be a sand provider when it can. This doesn't need a priority output. This is just a normal way that things get sand. That's fine. So I think the issue now is that this doesn't have stone input coming in. And the reason it doesn't is probably because all my stuff that would make stone is backed up on other things. Well, lead is running. Filling up its tank buffer. Probably lead up here is full. Yeah. This could use more tin, though. Okay. So progress is being made there. Copper is probably backed up on... who even knows? Not stone, that's for sure. What's our backup? Tailings? Not tailings. Why isn't copper running? Oh, because I need oxygen in for copper to keep running and to feed its stone and gravel out of the system. All right. That's fine. I don't really want to put oxygen on the bus right now. But I do think if I start working on our spot where we're going to make the empty comb, then we should be in a decent place. Because it'll start pulling from the tailings build, and that will enable more sand and gravel to be pushed through the system, and that will work fine. So let's just go ahead and find a spot and set up our little factory for, ooh, that is... I've got too much going on there to add a intersection. Maybe it needs to come down here. Right there. And ooh, this is gonna be tight for the turnaround, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not. We're fine. I'm gonna need heaps and heaps of rail signals again. Circuits. Okay, so down here, we're gonna need, what, a solid requester. Probably could have done this without quite as long of a export lane, but I can have other factories down here if I need. We're gonna have a solid pickup. Nope. Well, yes, because we're gonna want to output the comb, so that's fine. And then we're gonna want a solid drop-off. And our requests for this are gonna be ash at 30 stacks. Tailings dust at 30 stacks. Sand at 30 stacks. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, plus the liquid drop-off for the creosote. Fluid drop-off, right here. This will request creosote 70,000. Okay. So that is everything. Now we just need to deal with getting things, well, out of this into the machine that builds it, which I didn't even see what machine it's made in. Okay, just an assembler. I'll probably use an automated factory just because of how many inputs we have. Although maybe... Yeah, that way I don't have to deal with getting fuel down here. Let's use an automated factory. Actually, I could probably just do it like this, huh? Like, plop that down. Empty comb. Yeah, because all of these are like 1, 0.8, 1, 3. There you go. Easy. And... Okay, I need a bunch more signals. I need some combinators, so I'm going to have to run up to base and get those going. But once all of the trains are running, this should basically just work. 1.4 a second. That'll be like 2 of these out. And come over here. All right, let's go find... Oop. There. Yeah, that should be a chain signal, and I think the rest of these should be fine. That's the only one that would have gotten overwritten when I pasted that. Okay. Grab the stuff I need for my remaining rail stops, signals, etc. What are you blooping about no fuel? Wait! You're blooping about no fuel. Hey, hey! I used up all my jerky. This is incredible. I don't believe that's true. That is not true. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, no, that's fine. That one just hasn't had a chance to drain. Have I really used all my jerky up? Wild. I didn't think it was possible. All right, well, jerky might not be a long-term reliable power source, but I do have this beautiful jerky-powered plant. Is science still running? Not at full speed, but yes, kinda. I'm impressed that I managed to burn through. I had tens of thousands of jerky. Okay, what did I need to get? I need to get stuff for rail stations, which is circuits and iron, mostly. Okay. I don't have circuits. That's sad and frustrating. Why no circuits? No circuits because no vacuum tubes. No vacuum tubes because no glass? No glass because... no hot air. No hot air because... not the usual way that this fails, that's for sure. Too much tar. Tar... into saline water, which feeds up to... what? Where does this go? Oh, this is old circuits, which are completely backed up on BioCrud. And that is why it's not pulling saline water, and that's why it's not running... okay. Well, at least that's a totally predictable failure mode. Let's go fix it. Oh, and also, has this really not had power the whole time? Is that just... eh, the bots will figure it out. I have construction bots coverage there, right? Yeah. Okay, so I think as long as I can clean up the BioCrud down here, this will turn back on and start pulling the saline from that processing below again. Yeah, the issue is just... okay, that should turn hot air back on here. The other thing I am going to have to fix is this Keragen chest, which is getting a little sad. Because... honestly, that system should not still be part of my base. I need to switch either to bring in glass from my glass that's up top here, or I need to at least get rid of this hot air system. And, you know, now that I have rails, actually, I could put a station up here somewhere and have that pull in hot air for the glass from the rail setup. Maybe like right here, actually. But that's a tomorrow problem. Or not even a tomorrow problem. That's a future Brannon problem. Do I have Keragen in any of these chests? I do. Not a lot, but some. I'll take it. And let's head up to where we should have some somewhere. That is Coke. This is Keragen. Yeah, I'm just going to grab a few hundred Keragen. Just enough to drop in the chest down there to keep that. It's just turning Keragen into tar with the generated sulfur. So, nothing very special down here, but it just needs to keep working. One of the last manually fed things in the base, actually. Unfortunately, that did totally bork circuits. And I don't know how long they've been borking. So this is going to run now. As fast as it can. Which is not very fast. And then the other question is this system... Are we running glass again? We are running glass again. Okay. But it's going to take a little while for circuits to start producing again, unfortunately. Oh, I have some glass. Okay, I can hand feed some of this stuff in the short term. Just like that. And that should get us at least starting to bootstrap ourselves with a few more circuits. And I'm going to do this because, like, I need circuits to be able to finish the build I'm working on. So I'm gonna disconnect this, and I can start. Like, how many stations do I need down here? 1, 2. Okay, I need 3 stations. I mean, just a bunch of signals of every kind. I need a couple of combinators. 3 combinators, 3 stations. Chain signals, and just chain signals, actually? Maybe not rail signals? Nope, a couple of rail signals, too. Okay, let's see if this is just enough for us to get this build running. Okay, all that looks good. So in theory, this should be asking for a bunch of stuff now. In practice, is it? Maybe not. Did I do something wrong? Did I forget to make these negative? I forgot to make these negative. And this one also needs to be negative. All right. Now we should see a bunch of trains get dispatched as soon as it updates itself. Yeah. And that's got to be a liquid train going up to Creosote. Yeah. Do we have one? Already one requesting ash. Beautiful. Yeah, it's going to take a long time to fill up an ash train. That's for sure. But what we should see with that is... What are your train limits set to here? Ooh. Yeah, let's do like 1. As stuff comes in to do its drop-offs here... Oh, where are you going? What's bringing a solid delivery up here? Oh, it's fiber. Okay, cool. Yeah, because this needs fuel for its whole thing. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's working as intended. We have creosote, first delivery. I should add more signals through my trumpet interchanges. He was waiting all the way over here to be able to come through here. There's no signals through this whole loop. These guys are waiting because I didn't set the train limit initially and they got dispatched. That will be fixed the next loop around. Nothing should try to... We shouldn't have the extra train dispatches anymore moving forward. All my signal groups look good here. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Yeah, I think this is going to be working fine. The only question is, will it get enough sand? And I think that's going to depend on... Now that we're pulling tailings and... Yeah. We pulled tailings and a bunch of coal dust out of this system. So it should now... Yeah, it's refilled this tailings buffer. It's going to start pushing the tailings out here where they'll get sorted into coal dust. And this should have space for more... Not quite. I think it's 25? So yes, this should have just issued a request, and now we're going to start pulling tailings from... I mean, it's either going to be copper or tin. I don't know which. Looks like tin? Nope. Well, yes, tin. All right. Oh, is that guy just doing a turnaround for something? I need to work on that stuff too. All of these stations that are on the main highway, and I've talked about this before, are bad. I need to be doing these things. And that'll keep trains moving through. Because anytime that a train needs to, like, if it's coming this way and it needs to hit one of these stations on the bottom, it has to, like, turn around. That's why I have this weird just turnaround here. And I had to make this weird station here so that tin could go in the other direction without looping all the way around. And all of that is bad, and I shouldn't do it. So these little, like, industrial areas with a bunch of stations on them are much nicer. So what are we waiting for now? Ash and sand, huh? Ash is probably just because of how many ash are in a stack. I'm gonna bet ash is just not... Oh, nope, it's loading the train still. All right. So yeah, that's going to take a minute for the ash train, and then sand is the other one, and sand is coming from concrete production here, which is currently dependent on getting stone from, well, my ore processing, right? So as we're sucking tailings out of this, what we ultimately should see is that this will fill up with enough stone, slowly but surely, that will get a delivery to concrete, and then that'll turn into sand. I don't know if it's trying to suck tailings out of copper yet, or if that's still just totally backed up. That's probably still totally backed up. Oh no, copper's not backed up on tailings. That's right. Copper needs oxygen so it can start turning things into liquid. Because the liquid is a lot denser than just having the copper on belts here. So I need to get oxygen on rails to get copper going, and that'll be another source of stone and gravel feeding sand for the empty comb build down here. Ooh, could not... Routes to Lippy. Alright. Who's Lippy? I'm gonna assume Lippy is up here. Yeah, okay. Oh, I need another, Fluid wagon. Okay, what do I need for another train? Gearbox, shaft, and duralumin. Oof. These things are all still expensive at my base's scale, but we'll see if we can get another train together. Apparently I'm handcrafting shafts. Duralumin here. Yeah, the iron next lead antimony special alloy is still a problem. Oh, we're low on gearboxes too. Is there anything I can do about the iron next lead antimony special alloy, or is that just a matter of needing to scale it? It's just a matter of needing to scale it more. It's just a slow recipe. Head down to the depot, drop another fluid train in place. Rowan the third. All right, so yeah, this is going to want more trains in general. But I'll at least get this fluid train in place, and then we can hopefully start seeing where we're running into throughput issues. Handcrafting shafts is slow. It's wild to see all of my trains actually dispatched, though. That's cool. Oh, right. This is a known bug in my setup that I forgot about. Shoot. This is fine, but this fluid train is stuck until we can actually pull the creosote out, which is going to wait on us being able to have a sand train currently. Oh, which is happening. Okay, we're getting sand. So this will need to get up to 2 rows. Which, like... What are you saying? Yeah, a train is stuck. I know a train is stuck. I just figured that out. Okay, locomotive. Fluid wagon. Assign you to the Cybersyn group. Run you. So that'll make up for that stuck train until it can finally unstuck itself. I could put a tank there if I wanted to. And that would help it get unstuck. I don't know if it's necessary. And also, like, because I'm still in the process of, like, unblocking side products and all this other stuff, the rails are bursty, right? They have a bunch of stuff queued up that they're trying to get rid of at all of my stations, and that's just not... Okay, do we finally have Ash coming? Is that what this train is? Yes. Okay, so that's going to be sitting around for a while, unloading itself. The question is, can or will we end up with enough stone? I'm going to assume that we're backed up here again, right? Oh no, we still have space. I mean, yes, we're stopped. Because we're not pulling enough tailings and coal dust. But there's space for a couple more train loads of tailings if necessary, and in general, we should see things moving again, maybe, question mark? I probably do need more crushing ability, because I think the way it's currently set up, it's designed to crush enough to, like, balance out with whatever fraction of this becomes concrete. It's not actually designed to push it all into sand. So yeah, this is going to back up a little bit, which is fine. Like, we've got buffers here. And as long as it can still chew through all the stone faster than it can be delivered, then it's fine. But it's not actually capable of sinking a full belt of stone when it's making sand, only when it's making concrete. Trains are stuck. Oh, this train is not stuck. This train is just taking a long time to unload because Ash is ridiculous. This train is stuck. That I acknowledge. Yeah, this is gonna unload as fast as it can, which is not that fast. It can do about a belt's worth. Down here, how's sand? Not anywhere near enough. Oh, and it is ad break o'clock, so I am gonna stretch my legs and top up my water. Everyone else hydrate, and I will see you in a few minutes. All right, welcome back from the break, everybody. How do I want to handle this? Let's just get this fixed real quick. All right. This should keep itself drained. It'll drain itself, and then we won't have to worry about it anymore. This is just taking forever because there's a million ash on a single rail. Over here, we still don't have enough. We're going to take probably two more loads of stone before this decides that it's spit out enough sand. And I think for that, we need to check some things. Because, yeah. Acid gas is also going to be a problem soon. I don't have a use for this on the system. The tin ore actually should preferentially, and it looks like we may have already gotten a loadout. The tin ore will be preferentially pulled from here instead of from the tin mine when it's available, which is cool. Oh, is this a stone drop-off? All right, another stone drop-off. And that must have come from no, copper's totally not running, right? Yeah, copper's totally not running. Let's get copper going. I think copper just needs oxygen as an input. So let's put, like, oxygen and hydrogen. Let's make a big ol' oxygen-hydrogen thingy. That's just a bunch of electrolyzers, right? So... oh, those need circuit boards. Let's head up to the main base area and see if we've started to accrue. Well, actually, I should just check it while I'm down here. Circuits running? Question mark? Kinda, sorta? That is not as much glass as I would like to see. Alright, a lot of it is coming through. Some of it goes to batteries. Some of it goes... Okay. Yeah, it's just the system is still catching up. But it is running, and that is what matters. I guess the other option, instead of building new oxygen, I should have oxygen, like, down here. I definitely can, just tap off of this. Up to one of these plants here. Train stops, I mean. I think I'm going to do that. And then, if that is not enough, then we'll have to build more oxygen that's dedicated to the rails. But the less I have to rebuild, like, completely, the better, right? Everything I'm fully rebuilding is just a huge amount of time that I'm not making forward progress. And I probably want to pump in here. All right, 31,000. So that should have dispatched a train. That's probably it. Yep. So that should, and then we'll be able to see what else is needed with these usually fill pretty quickly. Yeah. I had a thought during my break. Where is it? Why does this have its poop chute go to a belt instead of just right into the... I don't think there's a reason not to feed this directly into the warehouse. Why go through the belts and the inserters and the shenanigans? So I'm going to fix that on all of my metal processing. Because I think I'm doing that consistently, and it's silly. Oh, I still need... Really? That's my first molten copper? Alright. And hot air is the last one. Bop, 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 bop. Okay. Bop. This needs to also be plugged in, like, here. There. That saves on quite a bit of resources, a little bit of power for the inserters. And as this gets upgraded and to spit out more, items per second. Yeah, because this spits out 18.7 plates a second at max capacity. Like, it'll be able to actually spit those into here. Which is what we want. So I need to do that for all of my other things. Only issue with this is what I was saying about this bit, where I was like, it kind of might need to be prioritized. Because if this isn't prioritized, then it'll block molten from happening until we have demand for plates, and that could block duralumin. And the problem with this is that this can't be prioritized. So it's possible that I just screwed myself right here. But I'm going to roll with it, and we're going to see what happens. This is not pulling anywhere close to a full belt all at once. Is that just because the whole system was backed up and we're still working through... Oh, well, maybe it's because I'm just bad? That's definitely an option, too. It's possible because this is all because it was backed up weirdly, but this should just make sure that that's not an issue anymore. Probably same thing here. What's the issue? Oh, we're like totally backed up on this stuff. That's funny. Okay, I think this will be okay. I think this just needs to, like, get itself kicked in the pants again. Once these start rolling through. This is just coming back up to temperature. Maybe I just want a second burner. What's the minimum temperature for this recipe? 450? Okay. Yeah, I'll just run these separately. I think I trust that a little bit more. And yeah, as soon as one of these can start going, we're going to start to see this cycling through again. And that'll start unblocking this. Okay, so the system might just still be turning itself on. I might not actually need this splitter shenanigans after all. I don't know. My math said I didn't before, so we'll find out. Do I trust me from 2 days ago to have done this correctly? Maybe. Okay. This is all moving and grooving. This is still heating up. That's fine. Stone and gravel are slowly being pushed through the system. Oh, look, we're dropping off more stone as I speak. So that's all that this needs, right? Is just a load of sand and it can turn itself on? Yeah. Okay, I have a bunch of stone in my inventory. Let's head down to the concrete plant stone dump area and just add a bunch of stone to that. I just like take all the stone out of this. Oh, it's getting auto-trashed. Take all the stone out of here, put it in here. And then that should help keep this saturated for a little longer. Like I said, this should really have more of these guys running. If I want to turn all of the gravel into sand, which is what I'm doing right now. But the steady state should be that sand will eventually back up and everything will be turning into concrete. So I'm not that worried about it, honestly. Maybe that's wrong to not be worried about. But I'm hopeful it'll be okay. I mean, I can always do something like that. And that should help this process, yeah, through the stone a little bit faster. Not that it matters. It's not getting stone fast enough. And is this set to have more than one? Yeah, this will wait for like 3 or 4 stacks of stone simultaneously. So basically, whenever there's stone available, this should be getting fed stone. It's just that there's not stone available. And I'm going to assume this is fully stopped now. Yes. It's fully stopped on the tailings dust, but it's also about to be fully stopped on acid gas. So I'm going to need to get an acid gas sink figured out. Tin is being taken away because I have tin processing. Titanium isn't yet. So we will eventually want to get titanium processing on rails, and that will keep titanium being cleared out. But yeah, this is, sand is slow to build up, both because it stacks twice and because it's, you know, I don't know what the ratios are. For every 1 stack of 4 to 3, 4 to 3, so that's 16 to 9. But then divide by 4, because stone only stacks to 50. And sand stacks to 200. So that's 64 to 9. And I need 20. So if we have 9 64ths and 20... Oof, is that right? 140 odd stacks of stone need to come in here before we get one stack, before we can get 1 train's worth of... I mean, no, it's just, what's the ratio? 1 train, 3... Yeah, 7-ish. 7-ish loads of stone to get 1 load of sand out of this system. Which is significant. Which is fine, because, like, we're going to have a bajillion stone. Stone is a problem. I might need to hook up stone off the main base and make a secondary stone provider that this will end up pulling from. This is a low priority station, but it'll still pull if it can. Oh, really? We didn't quite get there even with my extra little thing of stone? How unfortunate. Alright, I'm not going to wait for this to run on its own. We're going to do this the old-fashioned way. Just because the ratios of this, you know, 1 ash, 1 sand, 3 tailings dust, and approximately 1 coal dust. And how things stack, right, with sand stacking double. We should go through several stacks of tailings dust and, well, we'll go through 3 stacks of tailings dust and almost 2 stacks of coal dust for every stack of sand that we go through. So that'll be like nearly 3 loads of tailings and 2 loads of sand. Or, sorry, 2 loads of coal dust. which will help to unblock the rest of the system once this is running. I could definitely probably put 2 of these on here instead of 1. Let me do that, actually. Do I have the stuff for another automated factory? I need circuits. Of course I need circuits. I think putting 2 automated factories down there will be better than 1. Just to have a little more throughput. Not that I think we should be sucking through huge amounts of empty comb. But for now, empty comb is at least as much about compressing other things as it is now we're out of lead? But why? Oh, because my lead turned on in the main base, didn't it? Or in the Railbase. Yes. Because this has been running. And that means that the acetylene in the base has been stretched very thin, because we really can't run both of these lead systems simultaneously. It is not designed for that. And I have a to-do list item to add a bunch more acetylene, and I just haven't yet. Was empty comb stacked to 100? Okay. So yeah, each stack of empty comb is 4 stacks of coal dust, 2.5 stacks of sand, and each stack of sand is, 7 odd stacks of stone. Oh, it's 5 to 7. Never mind. So it's not quite that perfect, but we're compressing. We're compressing things. That's the goal right now. Is to get things stored in a format that we can keep pulling materials off of the main base and unblock things. What I am going to do up here, because I'm a terrible person, I'm going to add a couple more tanks to the... Where do I need to go? It's down here, sorry. I was looking at map view, not at where I was, and I just walked in the wrong direction. I'm going to add some more tanks to the acid gas on tailings processing, because that is not... There we go. That should help a little bit with this thing's ability to, keep itself moving. And then down here, we should be pretty close to asking for a fresh load of tailings dust. Yeah. Oh, and I wanted to run another automated factory. That's right. I got distracted because I noticed that lead was broken. Fixing lead needs a lot more acetylene. Getting acetylene on the bus is, or not on the bus, on the train, is not hard. I just have to decide to do it and make it a priority. But if it's breaking the main base to not have acetylene on rails right now, then I don't really have a choice. I'm going to have to push that up. And it seems like right now that is an issue, is the lack of solder. I'm going to keep this one disconnected so that I have a little buffer of circuits for myself to claim if I need them. Good. Glass is all set here, so this is just about lead being dead. And lead being dead is just about acetylene. Okay. So I think it's time to do a new acetylene build. Have to decide the scale that I want to go to for that. What are you going to run? You need 10 acetylene per mining operation, 1 mining operation a second. 140 acetylene a second for 1 patch, and we should really build for like 2 or 3 times that, because we're also going to have titanium that uses acetylene. I assume at the same rate. I should double check that. No less. Okay. So we want, I don't know, something like 300 acetylene a second, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. Let's see how bad it is to, like, build that much. Let's say 420. Oof. Oof. Big oof. Huge oof. All right. So what if instead we just scale this off of 1 belt of coke? And we want to turn 1 belt of coke into acetylene. That gets us 160 a second, which is added to what we have in the base already. And what we have in the base already is more than we need for, like, the overall whatever of the system, so... Okay. So we can do this. This is only... The shopping list here isn't terrible. 7 soil extractors, a couple evaporators, 9 furnaces, and 13 gasifiers. Okay. Issue is we're going to have a CO2 byproduct, which I don't think we have a sink for on rails yet, and gravel, which we do have a sink for on rails. So yeah, let's get an acetylene station set up. And I was kind of thinking about doing it up here because I already have this acetylene pickup station, and I do actually want to get rid of this acetylene pickup station. It's in the wrong place. But if we grab a... Yeah, if we go ahead and put this, like, here, we're going to have to make some fixes, because I just broke my oxygen pipe. Ditto this acetylene pipe, which is currently fueling things. But that should now be... Oh, there we go. All of these rail signals are also going to need circuits, which is unfortunate. Alright, yeah, there's not that much acetylene in any of this. Because this whole station is wrong. It's on the main line, which isn't what I want, and it's hooked up to the base acetylene, which is not what I want. But I will do a new setup here, and this way it's sort of... It's near the base acetylene. If I decide I need to tie them together for whatever reason, I can. But I don't have to. Ooh, this might be tough. Yeah. That's gonna need some manual TLC to rejigger some of these belts. So let's not do that right away. So we're gonna need a fluid pickup station here. Is gonna be the acetylene itself, which for now I can actually hook back into the main system if I so desired, but I don't know that I so desire. I think I want to let the base turn itself back on. And then to actually make it, we're gonna need another fluid pickup system. Sorry. For one is acetylene and one is going to be the CO2. And then we're going to have a solid drop-off station. And this is going to be coke. Then we have a solid pickup station. And this is going to be gravel. Right? Right. And then this needs some TLC. Then I get this kind of reconnected through here. Yeah. I think that's how it was before. All right, so we're going to have a belt of coke coming out. And over here, okay, this is going to be gravel in from side products. Slaked lime to lime. Yeah. All right, so I need a bunch of stuff. I need a bunch of signals again, which is circuits. I'm going to need some more tanks. That's fine. And I'm going to need a bunch of buildings. So let's get our current project enabled and request all of our buildings from the YAFC shopping list. 13 gasifiers. 9 high-pressure furnaces. 7 soil extractors and 2 evaporators. And we probably don't have all of these on the Railbase right now, and that's okay. Or not the Railbase. The other thing. Logimall. Oh, my poor brain. I'm sorry I've been so kind of spacey and frazzled in this session today. I have been, my allergies were miserable last night, and I took a Benadryl when I went to bed, and the Benadryl brain fog the next day is always a real thing. But we're still making progress. Things are happening. Gasifiers, I might not have any. I'm surprised I haven't built those yet. Yeah. We're not building gasifiers. All right. I thought it was going to be evaporators I didn't have, but it's the gasifiers. Those should be relatively straightforward for the Logimall to build, but I don't want to wait for them. So, let me grab some steel, and we will do these ourselves. Oh, perfect. All right, that's our shopping list there. The only other thing we need is all the signals for the rails. Unfortunately, circuits are still, you know, problem. Oh! I had no idea that I had done this. I mean, I must have known at one point because I did it. But there we go. Do I have train stations happening too? No. Nor do I have the combinators. Okay. So I will still need to make train stops and the cybernetic combinators and stuff by hand. Yep. So let's grab some more steel so I have it. And some more. I have a bunch of iron plate. Do I have enough iron plate to make a few train stops and combinators? I do. Plenty of copper. I really just need the circuits. Okay. And like I can do a little bit of a, you know, that thing to pick up the ones that are left on some of these belts, but like, all right. Hopefully this is everything I need. Do I have enough inserters? Do I have enough splitters? Yeah, I think we're going to be okay. I think I've got everything to get this acetylene build done. Apparently I broke power somewhere in here. Surprises me. Well, no it doesn't. I'm always breaking power. Okay. So this is our input station. This is going to be our belt of coke. And then we're going to need 7 soil extractors, which only make 2.5 limestone a second. So that all can fit on one belt. I don't think it matters where I do this. Try to make this reasonably compact, because it's in a somewhat busy part of the base, but All right. So these are all going to be limestone. And then how do I want to do this? Yeah, this is fine. We're going to have 2 high-pressure furnaces making lime here. Un, deux. Lime from coke and limestone. With CO2 output. Each of these needs... Sorry, for some reason my inserters are set to gray inserters again. 3 yellow inserters, and I don't know, probably, 2 red. That's expensive. All right. These need a water input still. That is fine. Remaining CO2. And, well, we're going to have actually 2 sources of lime, right? Because we're also going to have 2 of these evaporators taking care of the slaked lime. Yeah, 2.53 and 0.67. Total of 3.2 a second, but there's still a lot of coke. So coke has to stay on one belt. Our evaporators here. Turn off the logi for that. Oh, these are small. Okay. All right, so these will bring in slaked lime. They'll drop off lime output. That'll be that. And then all of this plus this comes over here. And that needs to feed the 7 high-pressure furnaces that make the calcium carbide. And the inputs for those is what? Coke is 1 inserter, yeah, 1.5. Okay, so 2 yellow inserters and a red inserter for each of these, basically. And then reposition everything so that it's actually in the correct spot. And add that. Copy. Oh, this needs to be a request for coke. Nope. 30 stacks. This should just get dispatched right away. So then we have the... Oh, one of these processes makes, yeah, CO2. This needs to be vented. and over to one of these stations. It doesn't really matter which one. They are functionally identical. They are actually identical, not just functionally identical. All right, so that's CO2 out. And then all of this is calcium carbide, which comes out at a nice more than one inserter a building. Ah! That's what happens when you misclick when you force build. I shouldn't have force built. It would have been fine to just be a normal build. Okay, and then the acetylene needs 13 gasifiers with all this calcium carbide. And they need water in, and they have acetylene and slaked lime out. That is fine. This needs to be at least a little bit lower, though, because we've got two things there. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. $13. And what's the inserter range on each of those? Again, more than one. That's... okay. Let's get 4, 5, 6, 7. And like one more up here. And now just a bunch of plumbing. Oh, I had an acetylene pipe coming right through here that I built this on top of. Okay, that should keep that a little more separated from what I'm doing here. So, what was I doing here? This, 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 that whole thing. Okay. That is water. And just acetylene and slaked lime now. All right. I'm not going to have either of these connect on this end. I'm going to have them connect on this end because I think I trust that a little more. Need to make sure that I don't accidentally mix any of my fluids here. Okay, and then we have the acetylene output from this, which... surprised that like gave up on, but maybe I shouldn't be. All right, let's... That is acetylene to the provider. Oh, these also have gravel out. I forgot this has gravel out. Ugh. That's okay. I can do the gravel out with a long-handed inserter and some shenanigans. It's not going to be pretty, but it will be functional, and that is what matters. Alright, and then the slaked lime is a much easier connection. Let's get a water pump. Where's water near here? That's a question. There's some down here. Alright, and as these turn on, I'm realizing that this is wrong. I need this last one to be a little further south. And this should slowly start turning itself on now. What am I missing? I'm missing the gravel output. Gravel output is... how much gravel do these actually make? Oh, these don't make the gravel. Where's the gravel? There's a gravel output step and I'm missing it. Oh, it's off the slaked lime. Okay, never mind. That's easy. I'm not worried about that one. And how much do they put out? Just half a gravel a second? Yeah. Watch this. Bop. Bop. All right. Is this acetylene done? Question mark? Maybe. It'll need to output some slaked lime. Yeah, these will need to turn on before all of these turn on. How much calcium carbide are we making? 16 a second, which is more than one belt. I didn't realize that, but also definitely more than Um, more than on one side of a belt, that's for sure. So let's do that. And honestly, this whole thing will end up like stalling out at what this can do as a full belt of calcium carbide output. But that's okay. I should probably split, yeah, this one. Like that, so that this one is like half on each side, because it's the one in the middle. And then I've got 3.5 on each of these. That should get the sort of fully saturated belt going, I think. And it appears to have done so. That looks like a fully saturated belt of calcium carbide. And then this is an odd number of these machines. I might make a... yeah, I've got enough stuff for one more gasifier. And then this outputs... yeah, that's fine. These are fine. Gravel's going to take forever. This should be a higher priority stop, though. Let's fix that. So that when this does have gravel, it will actually end up going where it needs to go. We'll pull from this preferentially so it doesn't cause all of this to back up. Same with this. This should be a prioritized station. Not that we have anything that wants CO2 on rails yet, but when it does, it'll come from here. And now we have acetylene filling up. And this is going to take a minute, but all of these should be running like full power now, basically. Yep. Speaking of power. Not great. Oh, also, I should not have fish turbines hooked up to the main base. That's bad. That means that something got hooked up that shouldn't have been hooked up. It's not this one. It's not this one. Really? It's this one? That doesn't seem like it should be possible. Not this one. Why do I have... oh, this is what I always do. I'm looking at all time. Look in the past like 10 minutes and the fishblade turbines go away. I only use those turbines for things that are off of the sort of backup power, basically. So... this is scaled to pull a whole belt of coke at a time, so we might have some throughput issues without stacking trains here. We'll have to take a look at that and see how that goes. Have to keep an eye on this to see if this, once this train is empty, it's going to zoom off and look for more coke. And does this drain in the time that that takes? Because if so, I'll need to set a train limit to 2 here. Oh, this is already set to 3. Okay. It's probably just this one that's set to 1. Yeah, and I really can't... I guess I can. A train could wait here. Sort of. Yeah, I really can't have more trains set here. And this stop should really not be set to 3. Be set to like 1. I think my blueprint has the train limit set badly, and I need to fix that. All right, well, acetylene is back on rails in its own setup now. All right, and Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock, so I think that means that it is time to for me to step away for an hour or not for an hour, God, for me to step away for a couple minutes, stretch my legs, top up my water. Everyone watching, go ahead and hydrate. It's good for you, and I will see you all back in 3 minutes. All right, welcome back. Thanks for sticking around through the break. I was just kind of free camming a little bit through here, and things seem to be generally working. Copper is still being weird. Like, why is this okay, now we're starting to back up on tailings. Okay. That's expected. That was expected eventually. And if I come down here, I'm sure tailings is totally stuck. Yep. We're not pulling enough from our tailings here just via this empty comb. Which again, doesn't surprise me. And this is going to stop running soon anyway. So we do need to find better long-term sinks for some of these tailings products. Because unfortunately, this is not going to be it. I mean, I do still want to put that second assembler in there. Because there's no reason not to. But it's not a fix for us having way too much tailings from all of this ore processing. Alright, let's get, like, this thing on half of these. And I just need to get that fixed. All right. Yeah, three fast inserters is more than enough for each of these. I can see they're filling up with their items just fine. Yep. Cool. Well, now we're making comb that we're not using twice as fast. Which is, I think, a good time to finally get to the thing that I wanted to think about today, which I have not been able to think about, because I keep finding things that are broken. Let's look at the bees. This has a bunch of stuff that we don't actually need. Now let's get all of this gone. This is what we want to do first. We need to get bee DNA samples, genetic earth DNA samples into our creature chamber. We need to bring in 100-degree coke oven gas, which I do have floating around the base, but it's going to need some plumbing, I'm sure, to get it where we need it. And then, yeah, we should already have cDNA and biosamples. So let's go over to where we've got our creature chamber. I want to see how readily we can get this going. Because of how, like, Arqads work, we need the Arqad honeycomb to be able to actually make the nests and grow them, right? And to get the honeycomb, we already need one of these machines running. And then for this, we need empty honeycomb be able to make the empty honeycomb, we need wax. We can't use our handmade comb for honeycomb. We can only use it for other purposes. So we need a source of used comb. And the source of that is filled comb, which will use our empty comb. But like several of these processes, before we can even start turning our eggs into maggots, we need a couple of buildings, right? And never mind then trying to get these into queens so that we can start laying eggs separately. So like, and all of these stages require the Arqads themselves to already be here. So well before we can start using up our eggs, we've got to have, well, first we need to get Ulrich's built to use up the eggs to fill the honeycomb. That's fine. Ulrich's looked easy. But we need to have a good amount of these Arqads to use as modules through the rest of this process. To turn the, filled comb into... Yeah. With flora and sap and whatever, to turn filled comb into used comb into... Am I missing a step that turns used comb into wax? Or are we just making... Well, the ratios are funky in here, so I think we're making too much used comb. I'm not sure. So this is telling me I don't need to... Well, yeah. This is like, yes, all your comb loops, blah, 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 blah. Which is great. But there's a step that I think I'm missing in here that does actually require empty comb to come in. Anyway, this is... My point was that we cannot fully always recycle the empty comb. We need to turn some used comb into wax, etc., etc. And that's going to be part of our bootstrapping process for these. But the very first part of this step is this. So let's go look at our creature chamber. Let's go look at where we've got our generic Earth DNA samples and bee DNA samples, and I probably just need to make a factory for Arqad codexes somewhere nearby, and we should have pretty much everything else going for that. What do you mean? Empty? Empty? Don't like that. Something messed up with my priorities here? We have no fat. We have lots of fat. All right, this is emptying. This is disabled because A is non-zero. These are enabled. Oh, they're just waiting for something. Yeah, they're waiting for other bits. I could probably be smarter about how this is handled so that these will more readily pull like extra materials out, because right now we've got a bunch of lard that's close to spoiling and these aren't running. And they're not running because they think that animal samples want their stuff. And that's... I mean, what if I just don't? This is almost certainly a bad idea. But, like, I've got so much skin in here and so much lard. Obviously, this is not using it all. And my circuit conditions around it are obviously wrong. So, we'll just let it run. We'll let it ride. We'll see what happens. I totally forgot what I was doing. Right, I'm checking Arqads. All right. So here we have... Yeah, you need to not be mouse DNA samples. You need to be bee DNA samples. And then I need Arqad codices. You are going to be the Arqads. Am I not feeding cDNA in here? Oh, I think I was hand feeding cDNA. Because cDNA is a precious, precious resource. And I didn't want it backed up across, you know, miles and miles of belt. So I'm going to take this little over a stack of cDNA, and we're going to put it down here in this creature chamber. And the other thing we're going to need to bring in is 100-degree coke oven gas, which is always an exciting part of this process, is figuring out which new gas we need today. 100-degree coke oven gas. Okay. That's coming from my hot air processing, which is up here. We do have... Yeah, this, which presently runs... Oh, these furnaces are running off of it. Okay. And then any excess goes off right now to be burned. Okay. So let's add another layer of overflow to that, so that instead of voiding it, we'll just send some on down to the creature chamber, to the Arqad build, and then the rest of it will get voided. All right. Because we need this system to keep running. We don't want these furnaces to give up and die on me. They are important to the stability of this whole system. But up here, we can definitely have... Yeah. So this is where I'm going to want to pull it off, and we're going to have to figure out how to, like, connect this around to where I want it. Where am I coming in? Down here. Man, there's not a lot of good paths to bring anything through here anymore, is there? Let's assume we can figure it out, like, through here. I am currently coming, like, right here. Okay. Not fantastic. It's definitely some spaghetti. But it's also low volume and ultimately temporary, right? Because eventually they will be running on their own. Once I have a few queens set up, I won't need to be doing... won't need to be doing stuff by hand from the creature chamber anymore. But it's going to take quite a bit to actually get the queens going. And I've lost my pipe. There it is. Okay. All right. I need the Arqad codices, which I'm not making anywhere right now. And what does the codex need? I think all the codices are basically the same. Lamp, circuit, glass, tint cable. Okay. I can make those up at base. I have all of those parts. Close to around here, actually. There's lamps. There's glass. Glass lamps. Where's tinned cable happening? Here's tinned cable. Let's actually not commit to that exact position yet. Glass comes through here. Tinned cable is here. Circuits are here. Maybe we want to do this here instead of elsewhere. The other option is down here. I've got to feed like lamps around somewhere. Yeah, glass and lamps are here. These bots are making it real hard to see what's going on my map right now. Let's get the Arqad codex here. The glass will go like this. Nope, no it won't. This is a very, very messy area of my base. This is real bad. Here. Here. All right. There's two of the things. Circuits, I can split like right around here. That's fine. I am really letting the spaghetti win with this one, aren't I? And then a bunch of tinned cable. Okay. Maybe... This needs... How much tinned cable can one of these make? Just 2 a second. Okay. So let's upgrade you. 4 a second. Copper cable. 8 a second. Yeah, 3 of these is not fully going to be able to run 8 a second. We're just going to accept that. Needs 4. It's been a while since I've made some real good spaghetti like this. Oh, and this needs fuel. Ooh. And that is ridiculous, but it's also the codexes that I need. Now I think down here, how many of these do we actually need per second? 0.001. Well, this says 0. That few of them. So I think we're going to do these as requester chests, and I'll just put this in a provider, and we'll let the Logibots handle it. And the cool thing is, since I'm pretty sure most of the codices have like the same ingredients, I can change this when I need to change what my creature chamber is doing to just be a different codex, change the requests down here, and everything should just work. Obviously, should is doing a lot of heavy lifting there, but you know what? It'll be fine. Ooh, that's rough though. Alright, we gotta move this thing and find a home. Actually, that's pretty close. I mean, was that it? Really? Just long-handed inserter and it's fixed? Cool. I'll take that. That's easy. Plus the codex. I mean, not a stack of them. Well, just like 10. These. Construction bots will figure that out eventually. And then I should start dumping... I mean, I've got a bunch of caravans in here for random purposes. But once the Logibots figure out... yeah, on the way 10... On the way 10... Once the bots figure out this, we should be good. I might try to get a little more Logi network coverage through here. I think this square is basically impossible because of how it fits with the, Actually, maybe not. That's fine. Those can go underneath it. And then a couple of squares next to it. Uh-oh, this is in the wrong spot, isn't it? Alright, there's that one, and then let's try to get this one, like, right up in this corner, and yes, it was not quite in the right spot. This does not look straight. Feel like we're like off by one tile somewhere. Is it here? Is this one off by one tile, like to the left, and it's messed up the whole thing? No. I feel like this needs to go one tile to the left. It does. It goes here. Which means this one is in the wrong spot. What have I done? How much of my grid is, like, weirdly off by one? It might just be this one, fortunately. And then this one needs to go over one. There we go. Alright, I think it was just a couple of them were in a weird spot, fortunately. Could have been a lot worse. There we go. And that should have better coverage for the bots taking the codices down. To make the bDNA samples. This uses one bDNA sample in 300 seconds, and this makes one bDNA sample in 300 seconds. Okay. So yeah, one of these is correctly ratioed. Perfect. Cool. That is at least one thing that is now done and running. Could not find a train with enough cargo capacity. Alright, we do still need to add more trains to the system. I assume it wants, yeah. Looks like there's a couple that it would like 1 or 2 more trains for the system to run. That's good to know. I mean, it's also good to know that it's, like, working, right? Yeah, we've got sand, unloading. That was just turning around. That's weird. This should get delivered more tailings as well very soon. Is this set to allow more than 1 request? This can actually have a higher train limit. Yeah, no trains. Okay, we do have 1, but I think these both have a train limit of 2. Yeah. So we should have another train trying to do a lead delivery right now, kind of being in the cycle, and we don't. And that's, like, fine. I'm surprised that lead and tin have not, like, fully backed up. Like, how much solder this system is capable of, Okay, it's pretty much backed up, is what I'm seeing here. We've only got, like, 1 or 2 more loads of lead and tin that could be delivered into that system. And then down here, tin is probably fully backed up on tailings again. Yeah. That's gonna happen. Let's see if we can grab this stuff to make 2 or 3 more rail cars. I need a bunch of shafts, which is a bunch of my worst alloy. Let's see. This is all... Shafts are in here, and yes, we are all still fully blocked on iron nexolite antimony, special alloy. Oh, turn back on my auto trash. A lot of this other stuff is... Ooh, not you. You're precious. All right. Yeah, we have plenty of bots, so the system's not going to keep trying to make more bots. That's good. But a lot of these belts are still going to end up ultimately filling up with materials, shafts, and gearboxes and things like that, and it's just going to take a long time for shafts to back up. I probably need to add a couple more of these smelters making the iron nexolite antimony special alloy, is what I need to do. I'm just not really, not quite sure where I'm going to do that. I guess there is sort of space here. That area has gotten kind of... It's a foundry. I want the smelter. Right? Or is it the foundry? What do I actually need? What are you? A smelter Mark 1. Okay. Smelter Mark 1. Oh, just needs a little bit of steel. Let's see if we can get a couple of smelters. Some steam engines, and probably some small parts. Oh, ceramic. I've got ceramic around here somewhere. Yeah. So let's just go, like, double that iron nexolite antimony special alloy, and we will see if that helps. I also need to figure out what's going on with my science, because that is about to fail. That's not due to this. That's other problems. don't know why that thought it was mixing fluids. This is all petroleum gas in here. Regardless, let's see about powering this. Now I just have to get these two belts up there, which is easier said than done. Alright, so this is this one, which can definitely just, like, be here. Well, maybe not like that. Let's... And then... Okay, this output would have come through here? Is that right? Yeah, that's sand. Okay. And then these iron plates can come down. I mean, kind of same deal. Now, hopefully, with a little bit of luck, and a lot of silly choices regarding belts. Ah, it doesn't quite fit. Oh no, I thought this was gonna work. But no, it doesn't. Okay, I know what I have to do. I don't like it, but I know what I have to do. Oh yeah, it's creative use of underground belts, for sure. The spaghetti is a friend to me. Oh, really? I'm out of undergrounds? Yikes. I wouldn't even call this that creative. This is just an ugly base. That needs to face that direction, and all of this needs to be powered. And probably this needs to come through as well. Okay. I mean, yeah. Oh, I need to get some more trains down, but that's the whole reason I'm doing this, is so I can get the trains down. And I do it all the time, right? I have so many places where I use the one underground, like, as a lane filter or whatever. But it still feels terrible to have a single underground. Yeah. Alright, and then these guys now will feed kind of like that. That should be fine. And as long as my Nexlet can keep up with this, and I don't know why it wouldn't be able to. This is a pretty low throughput situation. This should double my, well, it'll still be very, very slow production of shafts and gearboxes and such, but since this has been the bottleneck, this should help, and hopefully they'll keep running in the background a little more betterer. Get that iron coming into Okay, that helps. That looks good. Yeah, you're sad because I need at least 2 more trains in the system. 3 would be better. Yeah. Our competitor makes at least 5,000. You know? Quality over quantity? Question mark? What are you stopped on? You're stopped on oxygen. That seems bad. Because that possibly means that, yes, my whole base is being starved of oxygen because I'm pumping it into this setup. Although this is like the last thing along the way. So like all the rest of the base gets oxygen before this does. So maybe this is fine, is what I'm saying. These should sputter less on fuel as we get all of the biomass out of this fuel belt. This main fuel belt is no longer being fed biomass. It's only being fed good stuff. But it's going to take a little while for that to, like, work its way through. Or it should only be fed... Oh, no, we still feed it biomass when it's... What did I do? Maybe I need to change this again. I change this, like, every episode. And I am still not sure if it's right. Oh, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. That the ones who had to make a lot of them just got better faster. I think I want to change this again. I think... Do I want to change this again? I don't know. I think so. I think I don't want to be putting biomass on the main fuel belt. I think it's a bad idea. I think it's just too... It's worse to have it there, because it messes up the throughput of anything that starts pulling biomass. Yeah, it's too fluffy. That's a good word. Uh-oh. Did this not achieve what it's supposed to achieve? I mean, it sort of did. We're out of circuits again. That's... Okay. We're not totally out of circuits. They're just slow still. Do we have... I should check in on that. I got the new acetylene set up, and then I didn't actually check if it, like, fixed anything. Sort of? Question mark, maybe? Not as much as I would have liked. But why is that? This mess. So, like, up here at Titanium... Yeah, that's just acetylene. That's fine, such as it is. Is it just that we're waiting for all of these pipes to slowly fill up? That might be the case. But the pipes just haven't had a chance to rebuffer yet, because this system would have been pretty much fully drained. Oh! Well, this is also a problem. That is not a whole belt of coke coming into this system. Oh, it was never gonna be a full belt, because it's shared with aluminum. Although aluminum is usually fairly low volume. Abandoned over a year ago? Yeah. Well, with 2.0, the new fluid mechanics are fantastic for Pyanodons, and the I'm quite enjoying playing with spoilage and that sort of thing too. So there's a lot to be gained from updating and getting started again. I don't think there's a lot I can do about this. I think this is just a lot of demand on the base. I mean, most of these are running, if not running completely consistently. We're not pulling a lot of titanium right now, right? We're pulling no titanium right now. Yeah, I think it's just because lead is still not fully caught up. It's just taken a minute for these things to get enough acetylene in them to consistently run. But as it turns on here... Yeah, okay, we're backed up on lead. It just hasn't caught up yet at this end. So we're doing fine. So why don't I have circuits? Copper. Oh no. Has the dreaded day finally arrived? I would say yes, the dreaded day has finally arrived. That'll help. But this is, this patch is dead. Okay. Fortunately, I think I just need to make one... Well, I need to figure out where to put a stop. Can I fit another stop here? Solid pickup, solid drop-off. Not readily. These stations and this setup here kind of predate me blueprinting everything, and they're not perfect. I mean, I could put a station here and just move the U-turn, even though it's not quite going to be perfect. And I might do that. Because I think I can feed copper in, because this is copper in the main... Yes. So I want to feed copper in through here and hook it up to this system, like right here. Priority... No, sorry. Input priority left. Output priority none. Yikes. So if I can hook up a belt of copper here, I will be happier. And I only need... Now that I have sand and... Paging Doctor Emergency, yeah. Now that I have sand and creosote on rails, I can finally put... Oh, those never got built. I'm surprised that it has managed to navigate without those. I can put sand castings and start making plates on rails as well. Not just the liquid metals. And then I can do a copper drop-off station. Yeah. That sounds like a reasonable enough plan. So let's grab our favorite trumpet interchange. Well, this is going to be silly. Do I have much landfill in my inventory? Not as much as I should for a project like this, but that's okay. Oh, I'm sure there's some long and efficient loop back to make it work. Yep, that's how it always is. So let's get a... what do I need? I'm going to need a solid drop-off. I'm going to need a fluid drop-off. Gonna need more space for sidings. And then a fluid drop-off. I think I'm out of landfill, so I'm gonna have to go pick up a couple thousand landfill. And then, let's see, a solid pickup right here. Yeah, I've been using the 40K tanks in a lot of places, but I use the 70s. I like the 70s at my drop-off station because it's almost but not quite 3 train loads. Let's see, chain in, chain in. Yeah, I like the look of the 40K tanks, and they are pretty cheap, and I do use them here. I use them for my my provider stations because they're very, very dense. But they are big, and they do kind of cover things behind them, and like if I'm hooking up circuits to them, I almost always end up clicking on the wrong thing. Where am I going? I'm looking for landfill. Landfill is somewhere near here. Is it below copper? It's below copper. Here we go. And what else am I going to need? Make some train stations, because I probably will need those. Apparently I'm out of undergrounds. Let's find those. Low on splitters. Yeah, city block for Pi seems like a bad idea to me. I'm doing a much more free-form... The rail is on a modular grid, like all of my intersections and straight pieces and everything like clip together. But I'm obviously not doing city blocks. I'm kind of doing... It's honestly more of a main bus-ish, but not really kind of thing, right? Where I've got the different, sort of a main highway with all these little factories popping off the side of it. All right. Oh, and rail. Rail's the other thing I ran out of. Wait, did I run out of rail, or did I just run out of landfill to put down rail? Doesn't matter. I'll grab some extra. Okay. So one of these is a... Yeah, you're provide only. You are... Provide... No, you're request only. Okay, I just can't read. So, sand... 30 stacks. And then here, I need to fix my blueprint, but I remembered that it's broken this time. And I want creosote. Full tank of creosote. And then this will be my output with the actual stuff. So all I should need is a couple of power processing units. To make the sand castings. Bring the sand in on that side. 5 sand in. Let's actually move these more like here. Yeah, my design is definitely... My rail design is heavily inspired by my experience with games like Cities Skylines, right? Okay. That'll be this part. And then output is 2 a second. And I don't know how many of the... I mean, this is making 4 of these things a second, and we honestly don't need that many. So I think will probably be sufficient for quite a while. And just the creosote left to hook up. Yeah. Whoops. That was supposed to be a copy, not a cut. Cool. Oh. It would help if I finished this exit loop for my trains. But then I think this thing is actually ready to turn on, which is fantastic. I was not expecting it to be ready so quickly. And this wants, yeah. We are constantly trying to make deliveries that we can't make. I need to make a lot more trains. I doubled my iron nextload antimony production specifically for that, so... I guess I could do one more of these, and it would pretty much be exactly a belt of input, so I may as well do that. There we go. So yeah, this will take a belt of sand and spit out, I don't know, 6/15, whatever that is. 2/5 of a belt of these things. And these stack pretty big, right? Yeah, they stacked like 100. So it's gonna take a while before... before these actually get dispatched and we start making plates. But that is fine because I still need to set up the reception area for plates and plumb it into the base. Oh, and this already actually has a bunch of plates from, I guess, this system, this side of it, right? So that's also fine. I think then the next thing to do is to build a spot up here for plates to arrive. And then just kind of snake that belt in to the spot I was thinking about right here. And then that will supplement copper going to all the rest of the base. Thing I need to be careful about is this. Yeah, I knew it. Got to do something like that. So that we are properly side-loading these half-belts. And probably down in the other direction, we've got something similar that I'll need to manage. Because this is all assuming a split belt of stone and copper. This is legacy upon legacy down here. This side is... Jeez, it just keeps going. Okay, this is fine. This will happily accept a full belt of copper plate on this side. And down this way... I think I'm properly side-loading here. I think I paid attention. Yeah, we side-load here. And down here, I think this is just treated as a copper belt. Maybe not. We side-load properly here. We side-load properly here. And we side-load properly here. Okay, yeah, all of this is newer stuff. I eventually started side-loading consistently so that I would not have to double-check everything all the time. Or if I did suddenly have a belt swap sides or whatever, it wouldn't break things. So that all looks fine. I think once we have enough of these, we should... I mean, it's going to have to dispatch them to, like, all of my different metal stations, so copper might not get the first batch, but that is fine. So yeah, we just need to build a copper drop-off station and get it wired in, and this should fix some of our copper issues at the base. Oh, and Twitch is telling me that it is time for my hourly break, stretch my legs, get some water. Everybody else should hydrate too. Hydration is good for you. Yeah, I will be back in just about 3 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. I was just kind of flipping around looking at my stations. Oh, this is excellent to see. We're getting lots of gravel and stone being delivered here to concrete, and it's still mostly prioritizing making sand. That's fine. Sand is useful. Concrete is a sink. What I'm curious about is if anything has gotten its first delivery of... Doesn't look like it. Their first delivery of sand castings. Don't see it yet. Would have thought we would have hit it by now, but maybe not. Oh, nope, not quite. Okay. Meanwhile, over here, we need to get our actual copper input, and we need a solid drop-off. I'm gonna go here. What I'm gonna do, because this is kind of right where the rail system butts up to the main base, I'm just going to accept that it's off-grid. And that'll be that. I'm going to let the bots put in those undergrounds, and we're going to call it good enough. In, rail out. And good enough. I mean, I could put one in the middle. Doesn't matter. The traffic at this end is not that high, really. This is just like feeding stuff into the base, right? So this is copper plate, 30 stacks. We'll see if we need more than that to kind of keep this saturated. We'll see if we need to add... See if we need to add anything else to this, but all of this needs to feed in to right here. It's actually not that bad. I'm going to run it backwards because I think it'll be easier to figure out from this end. But like, as far as areas in my base that are a pain to feed stuff into, we could be doing much worse than this. Where am I? Where am I connecting to? Okay. And let's just get that going like that. Actually, we can just do that. That should do the right thing. Connect that up. And down we go. Huzzah! So in theory, once I have copper and, you know, a free train, because I need several more in the system, Yeah, we're already loading. Love it, love it, love it. And emptying... Oh, we're emptying stone. Okay. Is it actually working? It still kind of amazes me that this mess of a rail base that I built works, but hey. Cool. So yeah, even though we haven't gotten a delivery of the, even though we haven't gotten a delivery of the sand castings yet, we got enough plates from this, like, byproduct path to do what we needed to do there. Which is excellent. Yeah, I've got a bunch of molten copper backed up as well. Are we on gravel down here? This does generate a lot of gravel, so I think I am going to have to make some changes to stone and gravel processing down here, because I'm not sure... Well, maybe it can handle everything so far. We'll see. I don't trust it. Oh, we're fully backed up on comb. Excellent. So we're gonna have to find another way to start getting rid of tailings, because I'm sure all my tailings are backed up, and that's gonna stop... Well, it's fine for tin to be stopped on tailings right now, because that's only feeding my ridiculously overbuilt cast solder build. But if copper backs up on tailings when I just wired that in as, like, the new main copper source for my base, that's gonna be a bad time for everyone. But, at least in the short term, until this totally backs up on tailings, and it will totally back up on tailings, just waiting for... Yeah, it's more copper ore. Yeah, this is set to 3, but I don't see any other trains waiting around, and that's probably just because I don't have enough trains. So it's not keeping the ore requests as fully saturated as it could. And the other thing is, I'm curious where we're making plates first. Who got the first delivery of sand castings? Oh, it was tin. Of course, it was the one that I least needed. Oh, this should also be redone so that, yeah, let's fix that on tin and on lead. I said earlier I wanted to redo them so that the poop chute points right into the warehouse instead of going on a belt. So I should get that refactor done. Because it's a pretty quick and easy change. All right, yeah, and this is... Yeah, this pumps into these tanks, so it should generally not leave much behind to turn into plates here. Obviously, some did. Doesn't really matter. Eventually, the system will stabilize, and there won't be any... You know, it'll either fill up on plates or whatever else. And then same thing here. I want to attach the poop chute directly to the building. Because, yeah, all of these are, in theory, capable of making more than 15 plates a second. So there's no reason to have them only feeding half a belt, which is only like 7.5 plates a second. I don't know if my system can actually feed it enough molten metals at, like, these scales. But that's not really the important part, is it? Because, like, we have tanks and things like that on all of these setups. And actually, I'm going to change all of these so that they look like copper, where the tanks are shared with the plate setup so that it won't prioritize one over the other. And, like, this is going to just start spitting out a ton of plates, and it's going to use all of the... Yeah. It's going to use a bunch of this molten tin that's stored in here, and that's okay. I want all these plates to get full at all of these stations. I will feel better about that. That way I know everything is... Oops, I disconnected it. Really? You were all powered from that side? Redundant power again. Look at that. Lead coming through. Oh, we have something doing another pickup of castings. Not sure which station that's going to go to. I think if I check down here, I mean, hard to tell. There's still plenty in here is my point, because these stack to 100. So this shouldn't be requesting, yeah, 1.6 thousand. So that one should either go to copper or to lead here. And then... Ooh, did it go to copper? Yes, okay. Castings to copper. Excellent. Oh, and we got oxygen again. Not for very long, but... I should put that on the to-do list. Alright. Copper is done. We need to make oxygen. Yep. I did more acetylene. Cool. That's actually progress. Let's figure out what's going on with science. Science has been very slow for too long. It's usually one of a couple of things. One, it could be that thing that I did over here with the meat bits. It's not the thing I did with the meat bits. Oh, I'm just still not... Eh? Oh my god. I made more of these, but I never actually hooked up the output belt. That would do it. So let's go deal with that. That is probably not the be-all and end-all of what's broken about this setup, but it does seem like green science is probably my limiter. Oh, it's not. Despite Logisci being broken, it's not Logisci. It's PySci 1. PySci 1 should be, like, impossible to break. What's wrong? I don't have glassware. How much glassware will each of these use? 0.4 per second. Okay. Glassware machine. You're supposed to make 1 a second, but that's only if we get enough rubber. Which we do not. Oh, but we're also only making potentially, like, a fraction of the stoppers we need. Alright. Yeah, this is a problem. Alright, so these each... So I need 0.4 a second, which is 40%. Sorry, let me find this. 0.4 times 1 1/3 is what? 0.533. So first of all, this needs to be upgraded to a blue assembler. But also, this is not enough rubber, obviously, coming through here. So, let's find out if rubber is broken or if it's just oversaturated or just too much demand. Like, what if I just can't handle it? So, Vrauks are all green. Green. Red. No moss. I mean, that's okay as long as there's enough thingies in the loop to keep the Vrauks happy, and I think there are. So they come up here. Doesn't look like we're backing up. We just don't have formic acid. Yeah. These claim to be happy. Yep. But if I come up here, it looks like we are... Yeah, the latex has been being produced at about the same rate for a long time. 2, 2, 2, 3, yeah. It may have been temporarily slowed down and is now working better. No, but now we've got another big gap. Okay, so it's just bursty. And it's bursty because we're not getting Vrauks out of the system. And we're not getting Vrauks out of the system because... I don't know. Is the answer? I think demand has just exceeded supply. I have unlocked better rubber, Nighthawk, but I have not set it up, so it's all still based off of... This is also a problem. Alright, well now it's blood. Okay. Blood is the usual thing that we're not making enough of in this setup. Alright, there's not a lot I can do there. But what I can check is, do we have... Still only 2 Vrauk 2s. After... What?! That's amazing! 1,141 crafts, only 2 Vrauk 2s. Beautiful. And by amazing, I of course mean terrible. So yeah, I either need to start building better new rubber, or I need to... You need 3. I mean, I can start with 2 to start the breeding process, but it would be easier with 3. Just kind of how you have to set up the machines. I was hoping to get 3 or 4. Plus, there's a risk that they die when you start the breeding, so I wanted to have a few so that I would have a little bit of reliability that the system would not immediately die and I'd be waiting around for more. But yes, I can start breeding them. This is what I'm doing right now. Vrauk Mark II. Yeah, 1X. That doesn't look right. One Vrauk Mark II in, one Vrauk Mark II out? That's wrong. Yeah, but here we get 2 in to potentially, with only a 99% chance of getting them back, to make the cocoons. And then I need the Vrauk Mark II cocoons to make more Vrauk Mark IIs. And this is just showing the wrong thing in this. What do I need for this? Just a bunch of glass. Well, you actually make a paddock and put it down, and there's probably some, like, percentage chance in the recipe that's not being rendered correctly in FNEI or something. Where's my glass? I am so lost. Yeah, here we go. 1 to 2 Vrauk Mark IIs. That's what I thought. So we basically have a 50% chance of doubling on this recipe, and a 1% chance of losing 2 of them in the other recipe. And I had it all figured out at one point in YAFC. Do I still have Vrauk 2? Here we go. So yeah, if I have 2 of these guys running, that'll run like 1.4. It's really a matter of like how many buildings do I actually want to make, and how many rocks do I feel like. Here we go. 3 to 2 is probably a fine ratio. I'm probably making more than enough rock food for this. The water, everything else is fine. But I need a few of them to be able to feed into this system. Anyway, that could be a thing that I could, like, try to actually get done. Is at least be prepared for, like, full Vrauk breeding. It wouldn't take too long to set up, actually. So I probably should just do it. Meanwhile, how is the base doing? New copper station. Emptying, but not empty. Oh, it looks like it's been bursty. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's going to prioritize this side always. I should probably have some lane balancers on here just to make sure that we actually can drain this all the way down, but not my highest priority at the moment. Otherwise, yeah, let's go set up Vrauk Mark II, like proper breeding. We're gonna need a bunch of Vrauk Mark 1s, and what I always do when I need Vrauk Mark 1s is this. There we go. Because I need like 50 of them to be modules for the breeding program. And then, what does Yafsi say? 3 machines making Vrauk Cocoon Mark IIs, feeding into 2 machines making Vrauk Mark IIs. Okay. And oh, this is all just such low volume, it doesn't really matter, does it? Up. Just so the inserters are balanced. Not that it should matter, because we have enough of these, but alright, and then most of these need the same inputs, right? We need barrels, flora, yes, we need all the same 4 inputs. So that sounds like a sushi belt to me. Yeah, I mean, all of this is super low volume. Feed this in, and then we're gonna circuit condition this. Read belt contents, hold all belts. And you'll enable as long as Vrauk food is less than, I don't know. We'll start with 100 of everything on the belt, and we'll go from there. This is such a slow recipe. Don't think it matters. We'll do them here. And then we're also going to need a bunch of this stuff. Do we need moss? We don't need moss. We do need sap and native flora. Okay. And then this needs to get put up in my, like, native flora dump zone somewhere. Yeah, that all looks like native flora spoilage dump. All right. And then same dealy. Need belt, hold all belts. Except now, native flora. And we'll do one here. Flora Spalanin and biomass. Which reminds me, did I actually fix my thing to not feed biomass into the main power belt, or is that still a situation? I need to check on that. And then I need to get sap moving as well. Sap is right up here. All right. And all of these are just going to put like 100 items, and it looks like 100 items kind of nicely fits around this loop and is reasonably populated. So I think that's going to work fine for all of these. Like I said, they're all super low volume. All right. How many Vrauks have I got up here? Oh, hey, I have as many as I need. Perfect. Okay. What else are we missing? Power? Sure, we can do power. And... oh, water barrels. Yeah, water barrels. All right, let's do, each of these needs an empty barrel outserter. And same with each of these. And that one. And then that'll all loop around to a... do I have a barreling machine? No, but I can make one. Barreling machine. Oh, God. Barreling machine. And then this just needs water and some empty barrels, which I probably... oh, I have a machine that makes empty barrels for me. I should find that. As for water, I don't know. One of these pipes must have water in it somewhere around here. Oh, look, water. Oh, and just as before... water barrel, less than whatever the stack size is. I mean 100. It's not really about having a stack. It's just however many I want to have in there. Eh? Oh. Empty barrel cannot be smelted is a hilarious error message. But we should be able to get, you know, some number of barrels running through that loop. And then what I have to do is figure out the priority of the actual Vrauk 2s moving through this system, because they are also going to be a thing I need to think about. So, the Vrauk 2s are going to come out of these guys. Vrauk Mark II. Both of those. They will come... I don't know. Around this way. Oh, because these also... Do these need a Vrauk Mark II as an input? These also need a Vrauk Mark II as an input. Okay, that's important, and I need to remember that. So they each need to output, but then they potentially need to be able to just, like, immediately input again. I'm gonna do something like this. No. Yes? I think if I do, like... that, and this one's going to be in a slightly weird position just because of reading the belt, and that's fine. So we can do this output priority right, which is feeding back into themselves, right? These will prefer... See, the problem is that this is... Maybe I need to do this just Logibots instead of trying to do this with... Yeah, let's just do Logibots. This is super low volume, and everything is weird with it, so let's just do Logibots. Okay. So if I'm going to do Logibots, then really we just have these requester-provider pairs, long-handed inserters, that are... Each of these is going to request Vrauk Mark II. These guys want, like, well, actually, if I just do this... and then get rid of everything that's not a Vrauk Mark II. Okay, 2 of them. Fine. Then we're going to put that there. Just for the sake of symmetry. And then this one's going to be a little funkier, but that's okay. And then same thing up here with these. They're going to have... this... there. Okay. So each of these is going to want to do their thing. Do I have logi coverage of, like, all of this if I put this down? Yes. But... I need to hand feed the bots. Which I think is fine, because again, this is all super low volume stuff. Okay. Oh, and I forgot to filter this output. Of course I did. Vrauk Mark IIs. And that way, the Vrauk Mark IIs just all end up in provider chests, right? And then... I mean, they'll get reshuffled around by the requesters back to wherever they need to be. Every one of these guys wants... These ones should actually just be one. And that's it. It's going to take a little while for this to be stable working this way with extras in the provider chests, because we only have two. I'm going to put them in here, and it's not working. Because we're not putting everything we need into the system. Make sure all of these are properly set to hold all belts. Yeah. Oh. Alright. So if these Vrauks don't die, and there's a pretty good chance they die, because that's just my luck. I mean, there's a 1% chance they die. But we know the game is out to get me. So... This is why I decided I really wanted to start Arqads sooner. Because I have, like, 2 crafts out of... This is why I wanted to get the Arqads going, because I've had such bad luck with my Vrauk Mark IIs that I don't really trust it. Oh, and these should be whitelisted to just cocoons. Otherwise, it might move a Vrauk over, which I guess would be fine if it put them in here while it was moving cocoons, but, like, defeats the purpose a little bit of having the fancy Logi set up. Yeah, and this makes 4 to 7 cocoons, and this needs 8. So I need 2 crafts of this. Before this will have enough cocoonage. We got 6 there. And then hopefully we get 2 out of this craft. And then we're off. Definitely have to babysit it a little bit right now. But... I think pretty soon we'll be in an okay place with them. I'd like to see a couple more come out of this system. But I'm not sure that that's gonna happen immediately. Okay, yeah, and this is now... in a much better place as far as the copper consumption goes. As expected, we do maybe need some lane balancing in this whole setup, but this hasn't backed up. We're still pulling from this system preferentially, and that's really what matters to me. The real question is, are we going to hit 1,200 crafts on here with only 2 successes? All right. And now we see. If we get 2, then I can start making, you know, running 2 of these simultaneously, and then... But if we only get 1, we're not in quite as good of a spot. And there's a chance every time that I run these that the Vrauks die. There's only a 99% chance that I get them back. So that's negative 0.02 Vrauks, basically. Whereas this is positive 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Okay. No, that's total raw. Sorry. 60 seconds and... Yeah, 60 seconds. Okay. So minus 0.06... and plus, well, a half and a half. So, in theory, we're like plus 0.94 Vrauks every minute. But because it's probabilistic, until I have a bunch in the system, I'm not going to be comfortable watched or taking my eye off of it. And yeah, having this just be its own little one square logi network for now, I think is going to work fine once I've got, 2, 4, 6, 8 or more. Well, really, we want 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. We need like 16, maybe 20 in the system before it will be able to kind of spread them out reliably. Because you don't want to end up with like... Okay, so yeah, we got... Oh, but each of these is minus a half, and then potentially plus a half. So these are only actually worth half of what I thought. So we're only getting 0.44 Vrauks in that time frame. Because these are minus 1 Vrauk a minute, minus 1 Vrauk a minute, plus 1.5 Vrauks a minute, plus 1.5 Vrauks a minute. No, it is. It is. It's the 0.94. Never mind. Slightly more than that, because these are slightly over-spec'd for 2 of these, so we won't quite lose the 0.06 per minute from these guys, but... yeah. I'm so excited to see if this will go to 1,200 with only 2 successful crafts. How is... I should check on... Oh. What? We're backed? What? But how? Oh, did I not copy the inserter? Oops. Alright. Now I gotta go fix that. I'm gonna take my eye off of this for 30 seconds, and all my Vrauks are gonna die. I can afford to lose 1 now, because I got 1 extra. But... just... the chances on these things make me really nervous if I'm not very closely watching Alright, this is doing fine. Duralumin is probably still not really backing up, or is it? Oh, it is. Yeah, okay. Duralumin is backing up nicely. And is it really just that iron nextlet antimony that's taken time to catch up? Probably. Yeah, and I'm not expecting to be buffering any of that yet. Just because we're so far behind on shafts and shafts feeding into gearboxes here. And gearboxes get fed into a couple of different things. There's this system, which shouldn't be running. What? How did I achieve that? Well, that's wrong. Available Logibots. X. Disabled by control behavior. How did I don't know how I did that. Doesn't matter. I've been making more Logibots than I need. It's not the end of the world. Let's head back to the Vrauk 2s. I still need to, like, hand maneuver them into the right places, or else the system will not work. How's circuits going? I see battery alloy running. I see circuits running at full capacity again. Okay. Where do I need to be? Up here. There's that little isolated Logi block. And yeah, this is the question, is where did the Vrauks end up? Hey, I got 2 again. Fantastic. Let's start them over here. So yeah, the more we get, the faster we get them, obviously. Getting up to that, like, 1 a minute would be nice. Still haven't seen another one here. Alright, all I'm gonna do is babysit this. We can cheat a little bit. Where did they all end up? There's one. There's one. There's one. Oh, it got put in there. Okay. We need a couple more in here. This one in here for now. Yeah, once there's enough of these, they'll be able to run themselves kind of naturally. Like I said, but right now they take some babysitting, or what's going to happen is the Vrauks will end up all, like, dispersed. I need at least, I guess, 6. Well, maybe 7 or 8. To guarantee that I get at least 2 in one of these. Because, like, these are a request of 1. I forget how many the inserters will put in. It's usually, like, 2 crafts worth, right? So they'll put a couple into here. So that's like 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? It's not a huge number, but it's also not like 0. One there, one here. Because, yeah, the way the Logibots work, they seem to prefer to distribute things. How many have I got? I've got 2 that are in this one running right now. I've got 1 running here and 1 waiting. So I'm at 4. That's all I'm at? Yep, I'm only at 4. All right, well, babysitting this is not the most interesting content in the whole wide world, unfortunately. All right, there's 2 in there. I've got 4. Let's put them all in here. That'll populate a bunch more cocoons into this one. Actually, you know what? I should be running these in parallel. Oh, nope. That's not ready yet. What else can I be doing right now? Not a lot, unfortunately. All right, well, while the Vrauks are sitting around, I'm going to go ahead and run ad break and contemplate my choices about how much babysitting I want to do of this right now. This babysitting is exactly why I had wanted more of these to kind of pop up naturally before I started this part. But, like, in almost 1,200 crafts, I should have gotten 6 of them, and I got 2. Like, that 0.05% chance is a lie. Or sorry, 0.5% chance. Yeah, 2,200. Yeah. So, unfortunately, babysitting is what I've got right now. Yeah, there we go. Shuffle some cocoons around, keep the system going. But, like, even if both of these end up as doubles, that's still only 2 more. So, yep, alright, I'm gonna run the ad break. I'm gonna top up my water and use the restroom. Everybody else hydrate, and I will see you in a few moments. All right, welcome back from the ad break, everybody. Thanks for sticking around and supporting the channel. The Vrauk breeding is continuing apace. We are up to 2, 4, 6, 7. Do I have any in my inventory? No, 7. So the more of these we get, the quicker we will be able to keep this loop going. And I think I said I needed like 10 minimum to ensure that like it can't deadlock on the bots putting things in the wrong place. But obviously I would prefer to have more than that to make sure that we're not going to deadlock on RNG. But we're pretty close to where I can start ignoring this thing, I think. Oop. All right. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. All right, we're getting there. We're pretty close. I could probably ignore this now and the bots wouldn't deadlock it, I don't think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, like I said, I think 10 is the absolute minimum for the bots to not totally mess it up. Because, yeah, here they're going to put 1 into each of those. And that's okay. When these finish, let's see where the bots put things. I just want to see if the bots can get this into a state where it's, like, screwed up. I'm absolutely going to use my cheaty fast forward for this. Alright, we're running. We might be okay. Cool. And then I'll know that the system is actually, like, fully producing. Yeah, we have some extras in here. But once there's enough of them in here that they start to hang out in the red chests, in the provider chests, those are the ones that we can grab to use as modules. And actually, I can make an upgrade planner here, can't I? Oh, but this is not part of the main logistics network. Never mind. I would need to connect this to the main network if I wanted to have the bots automatically upgrade the Vrauk modules, and I don't necessarily want them to do that. The other thing I should probably do is upgrade these machines to the Vrauk Mark IIs before anything else, right? That's, because then we're making more Vrauk 2s more quickly, right? So our first, like, 50 Vrauk 2s outside of the ones needed in the breeding loop, like the first ones that start stacking up in the passive provider chests, those are gonna go into these guys. So actually, I could do that. Let me grab... I don't want to ever put my quick start construction bots into a bot network. Because I don't want to lose them in the base and have them, like, running around doing cheaty things in the background. They are intended to augment my ability to build my base by hand, not to run off and do full Logi network construction bot things, right? But if I grab myself some storage chests, for one thing. Bots bring me a stack of storage chests. And if I grab a stack of these construction bots, I'd also like a stack of Logibots if I could find some. There's a few more. Just to add a few more to that network down there. Alright, bots. Some of these bots somewhere should be carrying... There we go, some chests for me. Yeah, I don't need a full... Well, I got the full stack. I was going to say, I don't really need the full stack. I just need a few. But I need to add a storage chest to that network for the old Vrauks that are removed when it upgrades, and then I will do an upgrade planner for Vrauks. Let's just do that right now, actually. Upgrade from Vrauk to Vrauk. These are the important ones. And these ones. And then in this system, I'm going to need storage chest, which not really what I wanted to have happen, but that's okay. And I need to add some construction bots and a few more of those guys in. Here we go. Oh. I probably shouldn't have this construction planner on, should I? I'm not sure how logistics prioritizes... construction requests versus logi requests. And I don't want, like, all of these to get upgraded and use up all my Vrauk Mark IIs. So I'm not going to actually run that planner in this network yet. But it does look like this whole thing is running, and it makes about, I mean, it makes like 1 a minute, which is not fast. I can actually check that per minute in YAFC with regular Vrauks, not the Mark IIs. Yeah, 0.95. I said 0.94 off the back of my head. So with the Vrauk Mark II modules, it'll be like 1.8 a minute. But first, we need those first 50 modules, and we need this system to be stable. And I don't trust that we're stable until I start to see, and I do see 1 or 2 in each of these, but I want to see them sitting around in the requester chests and eventually in the provider chests, and then I know that this is actually working. I'm very nervous about this deadlocking. I know Vrauks do not have the same reputation that some of the other AL things do for their just dying on you shenanigans. But hey, there we go. There's one in a chest. So yeah, these are gonna sit at like 4, well, 1, 2, 3, 6. It's 36, like 42 in the loop before they even really start backing up. Just because of how many... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, plus 12 is 18. 19, 20, 22, 24, 26? That doesn't seem right. Maybe it is right. One, two, three. 3 crafts. The one in progress plus 2 more. That's 6, 7, 8. Times 3 is 24. 28, 32, actually, is how many are going to want to be in this loop before they will fully back up into red chests. But I think there are enough in the loop now that it at least will not shouldn't be able to deadlock itself, barring ridiculously bad luck. 11:55. 45 more crafts before we find out if, yeah. About a third as often as it seems like I'm supposed to be able to get them, which is just impressive. Yeah, because these are going to keep... Yeah, alright. 2 there, 2 there, 2 there. 1 there. 2 there. We're getting there. Alright, I don't think I need to babysit this anymore. I think I can let it run on its own. Light oil processing is still screwy. Oh, right. That's what brought me to Vrauk's. Oh my god. The yak shaving. Okay. Because, yeah, I came to Vrauk's because rubber seems bad. And I think what's happening is now I've got enough... Yeah, like I've got plenty of rubber coming in here. The issue, or one of the issues, is that I now have enough... of like my various alloys that they are pushing. Okay, oh, well, there's this. This apparently should be fully backed up. I thought it was. But no. Oh, right. I grabbed a stack of cDNA. So this would have churned through a ton of these laboratory instruments. So these are a big rubber sink right now, and also because I've got, I finally have this iron nexalid antimony special alloy coming through. Like, some of this system is probably also pulling rubber out. Maybe not. No, that's here. That's just these mechanical parts, or whatever they're called. And that is saturated. I don't think any of these parts from axles and gearboxes actually take rubber. No. Yeah, so it is just this. This is recovering from that stack of cDNA that I took for the bees. And that's fine. It's going to take a minute. And plasmids is preferential to science, I think. Not ideal. Ooh, why don't we have... But yeah, that's going to be part of it, is laboratory instruments are not backed up. So we're only getting half of the rubber to glassware that we were getting before. All right. So yeah, I think, you know, with more newer creatures on the horizon, cDNA is gonna be a thing, so we're gonna need more laboratory instruments, and that means that we do want to get... How many of these do we have, by the way? 9. I said I wanted, like, 30-something of them. Why are we not making more of these? Lamp? How are we out of lamp? No copper? Oh, yeah, no copper. That was my fault. How I rotated those belts to get them to sideload. I didn't go clean up that mess afterwards. I could just deconstruct and replace that belt, and the bots would deal with it, but I'll do it myself. Alright. That should fix our lamp shortage. I'm sure that... Okay, that didn't get too far down the system, at least. We still have plenty of lamps for fish and other things. Speaking of fish... How is fish? Fish is great. Fish is doing fantastic. Fish is currently disabled because of that. We do have a little bit of biocrud. More than I would like. I do need to start thinking about biocrud recycling. There's this, the crud pyrolysis, which gets me, I mean, carbon black. This is all useful stuff, so I don't hate this one. But there's also this biocrud reprocessing, which gives me a bunch of other stuff. But the problem is that a lot of this stuff spoils. So, and a lot of it I don't have necessarily immediate demand for. It needs biomass on top of the biocrud. It's a funky recipe. And, like, I'm not sure how to use it. Composting biocrud to biomass was not the worst plan. And maybe I should do that down at the Jerky power plant down here. And have, like, composted crud biomass be, like, the optional second input to all of these to get them enough, 9 times 2 2/3. Oh, it says no, it doesn't, because this wants how many? 3 megawatts, and what's biomass is 250 kilojoules. 12 times. Okay, so 1 additional composter for each of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if I wanted to try to do that, I don't know if I would want to try to do it for all 8 of them, but it's definitely an option, is to excuse me, is to get a couple more composters. Yeah, I could do like 2 here and 2 here, and that would be enough to run this top half. Or I could do them like off the side here, maybe. But it's like 1 composter for each of these guys, pulling in however much biocrud that is. 4 biocrud to 12 biomass. So yeah, I could only run like 3 or 4 of them anyway off of a belt of biocrud. And why no more copper coming? Probably... Oh, there it is. All right. I was going to say, is copper finally backed up on tailings? It's got to be close. It is getting close to backed up on tailings. Yep. Okay, but I do have plenty in here. What are we currently stopped on? Yep, tailings. Okay. Yeah, the system is blocked on tailings at this point. So that is gonna be a problem. I'm gonna have to find more uses for my tailings byproducts than just a few million empty comb. But that is a problem, I think, for next time. Right. Let's go back to the Vrauks rolling through. Let's make sure that that system is still happy. Make sure that this system is happy. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, okay. So this wants 5 here, 1 here. I'm gonna just double these because it's such a long trip for the bots. There we go. That should hopefully help this run a little more stably. Down here, we are at 11:57. Still no third. These guys are flying around, moving Vrauks like crazy. But I still don't see any sitting in red chests, and they're not even consistently sitting in the blue chests. Oh, but we're pretty close to that, aren't we? Yeah. 1 there, 1 there. 2 there. Okay. So we need like 4 more before this whole system is actually, I think, fully stacked. And it starts to produce extras. Which, in theory, is 4 minutes. In practice, I don't know if I believe that that will actually be the case. But, yeah. What else is going on with the base? How is... Yeah, so this is a problem? Not really. It kind of feels like a problem, but I don't think it's a problem. Because, like, we do have a way to handle the jerky that comes off of guts spoiling. It'll happen here. Here we go. We put guts this way, and any jerky from guts that spoil along this path end up here. It's just a matter of getting the guts to come through as a priority, and right now, I guess we're still prioritizing guts from Vrauks. I'm not totally sure why I made that choice, but it is a choice I made. And I think, yeah, I mean, ultimately, this is still draining, right? It's going to take quite a while for this to drain itself. What I could do is at worthwhile locations, whatever those may be, do a little bit of a split and recombine and, like, forward any jerky out of the way to unback up the guts. But I don't think that's necessary, because I think right now we have plenty of jerky. Like, there's plenty coming through. There's always jerky. So, I'm not super concerned about it, honestly. Yeah, and here's jerky now bypassing that system and going off to become power. Or actually, it'll be prioritized up to fish first as phytoplankton, but whatever. Yeah, the lack of blood is not great. I will definitely need to figure out a way to feed more blood into this system for the worker food, because that is going to become a problem for me sooner than later. Alright, well, I think this is now undeadlockable, which is fantastic. All of these Vrauks are... yeah, waiting for me to have heaps of modules so I can upgrade them. 98 of them, plus the 50 down here, so I need like 150 Vrauks to fully upgrade my everything. That's not great, but it's not terrible. You know, that's 2 or 3 hours of this system running. But again, once we have the first 50 or so, I can upgrade that. Yeah, copper's going to be a problem. I need to get more of a tailings sink going. So obviously tailings, dust, and acid gas is one of the things I'm doing. The other option is coal, water, slurry. Tree seed Mark IIs. Do I want to start, like, bootstrapping trees? Not really. And this iron slime process, which I think 300 tailings into 50 iron slime, or 600 tailings into 100 iron slime, and then 100 tailings out. Okay. So this is tailing negative. This does just suck down tailings to run this. But I need to be feeding in chlorine. Well, sorry, I need to be feeding in, I got ahead of myself there. I need to be feeding in iron oxide. And I'm like, I can make a bunch of iron oxide with chlorine. And in fact, it is a chlorine sink that I have used somewhere. Not here. Somewhere I do have chlorine being made. Is it this one? Yes, we turn iron plates into iron oxide and then loop the oxide into plates again. Oh, this is such a weird choice. The advanced foundry running off of ashless fuel. I must not have had oil gas furnaces yet, or whatever they're called. Gas furnaces, yeah. Yeah, that's a weird choice. So, but yeah, like, obviously this generates iron oxide and loops it back around to iron, but that's not really what I want to be doing there. If I could find... I do generate a bunch of iron oxide in the space, right? Like, all of our coal processing spits out some amount of iron oxide, which right now we just, like, turn into plates. Think most of it actually does end up right here. So I could potentially get that on the rail system. I'm sure I have other places that generate iron oxide as a byproduct. Maybe not. Is there any as part of this system? I don't think so. Oh, an ash separation up here. Right, I'm currently smelting that and sending it into the main base. But maybe I don't. Maybe instead we feed out just the iron oxide on this belt. And then we can go ahead and merge up iron oxide with the iron oxide from all of these systems. Here and here, I basically reverse the direction of this belt and send it out this way towards my rails, right? Because then I can start turning tailings into iron slime, which isn't probably a great sink, but like, better than nothing. And then the unslimed iron with oxygen, borax goes right into molten iron. So that's not, I mean, it's tailings negative, and tailings are constantly in my way right now. So just the question is, do I actually make enough iron oxide that setting up that infrastructure is actually worth it? And I'm just not sure that I do. Like, if we find... Where is it? Lost in my base again. You know, this is not that much iron oxide per second. And I just don't know if trying to push this onto the rail network is, as a way to sink just a small fraction of tailings, is actually going to be worthwhile. So that being the case, I mean, tailings to Nexilate, that also makes tailings dust, but not as much. I do need more Nexilate, because my Digosaurs are sad. Because, well, because I switched them to worker food, and now we're not making enough worker food. That's the why. I need more blood. I need to figure out which animal I can slaughter for, like, the highest blood to everything else ratio to keep the worker food going. That's a sentence that is one of the sentences of all time. There we go. Oh, hey, we got a guy in a red box. Excellent. Oh, we got 2. 3 of them in red boxes. Okay. So yeah, maybe that is, uh-oh. Train is stuck. Why is a train stuck? A train is stuck because what? Oh, this is not filtered. Alright, let's go fix that. That's horribly broken. Where am I? What am I looking for? This row. What a mess. I assume this is like completely backed up on gravel. Yeah. All right. And then up here, so much lime in this mess. Why isn't this running? Okay, it is. It's just slow. Oh, we're not getting the charcoal through. Well, it's trying. Do I have a spare warehouse? I do. A spare house, if you will. All right, that should be everything out of there. I'll need to figure out how to feed this back into this system at some point, but for now, it is at least unbroken. That was exciting. What's this set to? Set you to 2. Probably should set this one to 2 as well. Yeah. 2 is iffy on some of these stations, but I think 1 will wait here. that might block something coming through either of these, but these are fairly low throughput stations, so might be okay, might not. We'll see. If I see issues from it, I will not run 2. Why are we constantly on? Oh, some of these guys are within construction bot range, and the construction bots are just never going to be happy. Logistic system storage. 7 Vrauk Mark IIs. All right. So that is acetylene working again. Was this, like, drained? Not super drained. Like, it still has enough, I think, for a system. Yeah. Which means lead should be good. Lead is good. Lead is stopped on being full of lead. All right. That's fantastic. Tin is probably not stopped on being full of tin. I'm going to bet the tin is stopped on other things. Yeah, tin is about 2/3 full there. No molten tin available. And that's because tailings? That's because tailings. Tailings is fully blocked up on everything, because tailings is always fully blocked up on everything. All right. 500 tailings to a little bit of nexolite and not a lot of tailings dust. What does that compare to with this ratio? What do we get here? 100 tailings to 4 tailings dust. Or 500 tailings to... Wow, okay. Yeah, the nexolite recipe is way better at compressing my tailings. And evaporators are relatively cheap. All right, let's make another station. Let's do some... Let's do some nexolite processing. And the raw nexolite processing is also like... What does that need? Where's my nexolite? Right here. Yeah, some washers, and then some electrolyzers. More washers. I'll double check all the ratios for all that. So I'd kind of like to do this around here, because I want to feed the nexolite back up into my alloy processing, because I'm pretty sure we're not making it off the main base right now, because we don't have worker food. Yeah, and it's consumed slowly, but we're gonna need it. So, we're gonna get it hooked up here. Let's just do it. Does this actually work? Oh, besides this oxygen pipe being exactly here and all this other infrastructure, it would work. Let's do this here then. And as pretty much always, we need 2... Yes. Gonna want 2 of these. It's kind of overkill, but just with the size of... We're butting up against the old base again. Always butting up against the old base. Okay, so where's a fluid drop-off station? Perfect. Right there. And you know what, actually? I lied. Because I'm going to be feeding the nexolite into the base, the old base. Well, no, we're going to have other byproducts. Never mind. Oh, is there a redo? Control Y? There we go. I'm going to feed the processed nextload into the base, but, like, we're going to have, I think, oxygen is a byproduct and some other stuff like that, so we'll want to be able to feed that into the system. And, of course, the tailings dust. Let's actually, let's go into YAFC and see what kind of scale we want to work on with this. Alright, so we're going to bring in tailings. I'm going to start with, like, nope, I'm per minute. And then we'll make Nexolite. Yeah, okay, well, minus, like, how's that? 2 of these, 2 raw Nexolite a second is just 2 washers. Yeah, and then it's the, like, muddy sludge to oxygen loop, soil, back to muddy sludge, clean Nexolite into Nexolite plates. Gas furnace, we have gasoline relatively nearby, and we put out oxygen, tailings dust. Yeah, perfect. This is a pretty small build, and I can scale this up, but, I mean, it sinks 1,000 tailings a second, so I'll take that. I guess if I wanted to, like, triple it, and then, no, see, then gas furnaces don't line up. Yeah, 1,000 a second. Two, 3, 9. There we go. Yeah, because we have this weird factor of 5. Okay. I'm not going to build this big. This would be silly. But, actually, I mean, it's only 400 megawatts. 25 gasoline. But, no, this is way too big. We're gonna build for, like, the 1,000 a second scale, because that's already, I think, way more tailings than we're producing. And this is just here to augment Nexolite when the main base isn't making enough food, worker food, until I can improve worker food. So, yeah. And this will also feed some oxygen back to the... Oh, right, the water's fully looped, so it says I don't need water, but of course I do. I need to bootstrap the water loop. But yeah, this is just to be able to deal with tailings, for the most part, and to augment the base. So, we go back. This is where we're going to drop off tailings. We may as well add that request. Negative 70,000. And then we're going to have a fluid pickup. This is going to be for oxygen. And this one does need one of these things. Because this is high priority, because oxygen in this case is considered a byproduct. And then same with a solid pickup. Priority. Okay. Yeah, can't path to destination. We'll figure that out in a second. Oh, you're picking up tailings, but you can't get here? That's, bad. We chain in. That's too small of a segment. That's too small of a segment. That's too small of a segment. Rail out. Rail, 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 all the way down. Alright, where is this train that cannot find a path? You. What's your destination? Devil Lord 6. And I'm going to assume, yeah, that's where we want to drop off the tailings. Oh! It's not fully built. There we go. There you go, bots. And that should unblock my train. Alright, so this will be oxygen, and this will be the... Yep, there it is. Actual tailings dust that we make. So, I mean, at this point, I just need to go grab a couple of evaporators, just grab whatever the shopping list is for this build. This is going to be a super quick build. I'm not trying to make a ton of... I mean, this is actually less of an excellent build than I had over here. What did I have this scaled at? 3 washers? What's this one's currently scaled at? 2 washers? Alright, maybe I go for the same scale. No. So 3 evaporators, 7 washers, 6 electrolyzers, and 1 gas furnace. Or what if I just scale for... Here, let me go to YAFC again. 1... Yeah, those are all weird numbers. I don't think anything lines up until 5. Alright. Well, in that case, let us just scale for... We're going to do minus 1.5k. And that'll be 1 Nextlit plate a second. That's a fine scale. So we need 3 evaporators, 7 washers, 6 electrolyzers, and a gas furnace. All right, let's get that into my current projects. 3 evaporators, 6 electrolyzers, 7 washers, and 1 lonely singular gas furnace. What else do I need to grab while I'm here? I could grab more underground belts. Honestly, not a lot. The kind of base stuff that I keep in my inventory all the time is pretty much all set. Just gotta wait for the bots to bring All the buildings I need over... Oh. We do not have enough electrolyzers. Do I not have them up here? Probably not. All right, well, let's add it. And then we don't have tar processing units either. And all of this stuff is definitely on the network. They just haven't figured it out yet. So that's fine. I just need to be able to make a few more of these electrolyzers myself then. What do I need? Circuits and steel and other stuff. Aluminum. All right. And just gotta wait for the bots to finish catching up with the rest of my requests. Because in theory, they're all en route. These are just slow bots. Oh, I have heaps of gas furnaces. Crash that one. I don't know why there's one on the way at all. And I have 7 washers. Okay, we're good. We're all set. What's in here? Acetone. Okay. Because, yeah, with this build being kind of right down here, feeding the product up into the current base is easy. And if I do want to add it as something that can be added to the rail network as well from this build, I can do that. Evaporators are so small. And I'm going to make this a lower priority request so that things that are using tailings for other stuff can get them. Tailings dust to the left. Where does that need to go? That needs to come, like, here. And then I need... What do I need? 3 washers. I don't need this belt to be anywhere near this long. 3 washers here. 1, 2, 3. Doing Nexalit. They each bring in 1. That's easy. And then on this side, we're going to have clean Nexilate and also tailings, or not tailings, muddy sludge. So it's basically like the same thing. And the clean Nexilate goes into one furnace. One gas furnace. Which I need to hook up to fuel. I have fuel lines in various places around here. I'll have to figure that out. And then the muddy sludge output feeds into 6 electrolyzers. All right, where's my electrolyzers? All right, there's my 6 electrolyzers, which are going to make water from muddy sludge. Oh, and there's an oxygen output, of course. What is going on with... Okay. There we go. Now they should all be facing the same way. Jeesh. Let's actually pull all of this down by, like, 1 so that they are there. And then these are each going to have an output of dirt needs to be dealt with, as well as... Actually, you know what? Let's do this a little bit differently. Grab this. Put it there. And I'll do the dirt on this side. And that dirt needs to go into 4 more washers. Making muddy sludge from it. There are other ways to sink dirt, but this is easy to do on site, and it just kind of loops. So 2.5. I'm going to try to wrap up this build, and then I think I'm going to call it a night for the stream. It is my dinner time for sure. All right. So that's the sludge. And then same with the water. The water all needs to be interconnected. Yes. 8, 9, 10. Okay. And I think I just need to feed a little bit. Well, I need to get fuel into this, and I need to add some water with like a top-up valve into this system so that it can actually start running. And then I think we're done. Trying to see where there's a reasonable place to grab water. There isn't, really. What is in here? Hey, this is a fuel pipe. Beautiful. Why is this not running? How? No steam? Okay. That's a whole new problem, and I don't want to get distracted by it right now. I will add it to the to-do list. Add on top. What's up with steam to tin? Question mark. Meanwhile, in here, this just needs a little bit of water to bootstrap itself. So, doesn't really matter, because I'm going to, like, hook it up briefly and then unhook it. Well, I should leave it hooked up as a top-up at all times, but... Output is less than 80. So that should all start running. This is all one pipe. This is all one pipe. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so now I just need to get, like, a liquid fuel pipe. Not acetylene. Liquid fuel. I should have liquid fuels going on up here, right? Yes. Do I want to pull it from there, or do I want to pull it from this one? I think I'll pull it from this one. Oh, that's not gonna work. All right. I'm missing. Oh, Vrauks. Yeah. Cool. So this is gonna constantly want tailings, and that's fine. And then the output of this needs to come up here and merge in with, like, all the stuff over there. Input priority is going to actually be this system. And then what I want is... All right, I think that should ensure that it's on the right side of the belt. I could probably do it down here. And, like, just be careful about which side of the belt I put it on, but doesn't matter. Why are we stopped? Muddy sludge. Why are we... Oh, oxygen. And that needs to come over here. and there. And then, yeah, this is a high priority station. This is a high priority station as well. Not that we should have that much tailings dust there. And this is a low priority station, so if anything else has a need for tailings, this won't take it. And I think that should unblock my tailings. If this doesn't, I don't know what will. I should set this one to accept, like, at least a couple. And then the rail network's going to be real sad once it's unblocked on tailings again and it's trying to do stuff. Oh, that is a lot of rocks in the network. We can actually probably drop the upgrade planner there. I can't... Can I grab it from here and then go to the map? Okay, that works. Yeah. Great. And this is going to double my Vrauk throughput, having these guys doing this. It is huge. Cool. Vrauk Mark II's officially running. And I don't think the Vrauk 2s are ever, like, a product. I think they're just kind of a... just a module. I'm not 100% sure about that. But they should, Cool, this is running again. Did copper start running again? That's really what I care about. Yes, copper is running again. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And yeah, these trains are going to be real busy dropping off tailings to turn into Nexulit until I have a better sink, or, you know, I'm using it in better ways. But for now, like, this station is just deprioritized, and as long as I don't have anything else going on with it, this station will keep sucking it up. And I think that is just fine. Science is still slow. And science is still slow, I think, for the reasons it was slow before, because I grabbed a stack of cDNA and my build really can't handle that. Yes. That does indeed appear to be the case. I'm concerned about plasmid? No, plasmids are slowly backing up. Yeah. Well, it's just going to take a little while. All right, well, I think I'm going to call it here. That was pretty good progress today. So thanks very much, everyone who's tuned in, and thanks very much for everyone who tunes in on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that's always appreciated. Or if you want to join live, the link to my Twitch is down below in the doodly-doo. Tomorrow's stream, or today's stream, if you're watching this when it comes out on YouTube, is going to be Crestorio 2. Crestorio got updated for Factorio 2.0, and I have not actually spent a bunch of time in Crestorio. So I'm going to do some extra Factorio and get Crestorio going, and you know, I was saying last week that I might wrap up Factorio or Pyanodons. I'm probably not, but I might mix in other Factorio content instead of doing just Pi for my Factorio days. But yeah, thanks again, everybody, and I will see you next time.